Greetings from the new Simply Hearing. Like everyone, we've made a lot of changes. We've always loved telling you about the teamwork and rapport that you find here, but now, for the sake of medical safety, we offer 4 types of services by appointment only. There's lots to be happy about with a new, more precise appointment plan made just for your needs. We also have a new, more transparent pricing structure. Start your path for better hearing and better life.
Welcome to the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce.
The Falmouth Chamber is dedicated to working on behalf of our members to make Falmouth a better place to live, work, and conduct business. We are committed to developing the economic, cultural, educational, and civic interests of our community and welcome the support from all organizations to achieve our combined goals. Whether you call Falmouth home, are a summer resident, or a visitor, we hope you take advantage of all that the Chamber has to offer.
Hi, I'm Bob from Crane Appliance. Since 1983, as a family-owned company, our goal has been simple: to give our neighbors of the Cape and Islands a great shopping experience. Rest easy knowing our professional team will listen to your needs and help you pick out the perfect appliances. We'll take care of everything throughout the sale, delivery, and installation process. And we even have our own in-house service department. Crane Appliance, we call the Cape and Islands home.
Carlson Printing for all your printing needs. 508-548-7303 or toll free at 1-800-696-7303. Our email address is carlsonprinting@aol.com. Carlson Printing for all your printing needs.
Hosting services for fctv.org are provided by MegaNet Communications. MegaNet offers a wide array of internet services including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server colocation, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their number one goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net.
We will just start the meeting just in order to announce that we're going to go into executive session to discuss 2 items, which is the bankruptcy plan of reorganization for Mallincroft PLC as recommended by Opioid Litigation Consortium Council. And number 2 is to affirm collective bargaining agreement with police sergeants. And as chair, I declare that to not go into executive session would harm the town's position in regard to these matters.
Patterson, second.
All in favor? Ms. Taylor?
Aye. Taylor, aye.
Ms. English Braga?
English Braga, aye.
Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
And Ms. Scott Price?
Scott Price, aye.
And Brown, aye. And we'll be back at 7 o'clock for our regular scheduled meeting. Thank you. So I'd like you all to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, if you would. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under
under God, indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all. Does any board member have any particular recognition that they'd like to make tonight?
I've been
Yes,
an
sir.
announcement I might like to make. The Falmouth EDIC has hired a new executive director, Wayne Lingefelter. Wayne has been living in Falmouth for the last 5 years. He actually came here after a career in property development in the Columbia, Maryland area. So he's got extensive experience as a professional in that area. He's been very active, as Angie will testify, as a volunteer member of our Affordable Housing Committee over the last 2 years. So he wanted to get involved. He did. He's not an official member of the committee, but he has done a lot of work. And in fact, the white paper that we received from the committee identifying alternative revenue sources to subsidize affordable housing he was a major contributor to it, along with Angie and Jordan Fry. So we're looking forward to having him on the EDIC and his executive leadership. I think he's a good choice, and I think Falmouth will benefit from that choice.
Okay, well, thank you. For recognition, I'd just like to mention that with our last plane left Afghanistan today. So I'd like to have just a brief recognition of the 20 years of service that people have put in over there as combat veterans. That's an awful lot of combat veterans. And we can mention again that the loss of lives of the 13 service members and another additional 15 or more injured. Very tragic, and it's just a final reminder of what a tragic event that whole 20-year span was, and how unfortunate the whole situation was. So our thoughts and prayers are with the families of those fallen soldiers, and especially the young lady from Massachusetts, only 25 years old. So it's a shame. I'm glad it's over. Thank you. All right, so next announcements. I guess, Sam, that was the only one. Anybody else have an announcement? Mr. Suso?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to confirm that in the executive session just concluded, the board approved the amendment to the collective bargaining agreement with police sergeants, and we've concluded that process. So I wanted to announce that as well.
And I guess I'd like to announce that I'm hoping that we can have our next meeting in 2 weeks back to live, if everyone's okay with that. Is there anybody that feels we should remain on Zoom here? What's the consensus of the board?
I have no problem. In fact, I'll admit I showed up in the selectmen's meeting room this afternoon, only to be told by the FCTV person there, I think you're on Zoom. So right. I made it back in time.
Okay, so you're ready.
I have no personal preference. I do remember that there was some discussion about people who had family members who couldn't be vaccinated and those concerns. So I would defer to the people who may be in that situation that I'm not in.
And that's why I'm asking, because
that was me specifically, just because I have a child who can't be vaccinated, but it's fine. I will probably choose to wear a mask for the meeting just to sort of protect on the home front. And I think that'll be fine.
Okay. You okay with that, Nancy?
I am. I'm okay with going in person. Mm-hmm.
That's the plan until we get further notice from Mr. McGann about if cases are increasing, maybe we'll reconsider prior to the meeting, but for now, that's the plan.
Well, and the HVAC system has been upgraded to provide more effective filtering too, so that gives us a margin of safety from infection.
Good news.
Doug, under announcements, this is just kind of an announced sort of request to you. I was just thinking, as we start off the school year, I would love to reach out to the VIPS board and see if they could maybe come and tell us what they're doing. I know last year was a crazy year with COVID, but they still did so much. And I just think it's it's an important community asset, you know, and a lot of times members of our community, I know I was totally ignorant about everything that they did until I really was able to see a presentation a few years ago. And I know they're always looking for mentors and volunteers. And it's really, this is one way for them to sometimes reach a larger audience. And just since we're getting ready to start the school year, and I know there'll be a lot of kids who I'm sure are going to need some of those services that VIPS provides, I would love to hear from Tracy and just, you know, understand what her needs are, what services they're providing, and just be able to get that out to the public. So maybe we could have that as a possible agenda item in the coming weeks.
That's a good idea.
Might mention that I'll be going in on Wednesday. They put a call out to all past volunteers to come in and complete the application for the criminal offense record investigation that all volunteers have to go through, of course, staff as well. So that's going to be taking place on Wednesday to basically make sure that the volunteers that are helping out in schools, you know, have a good record in terms of potential child abuse.
Right. There's certainly a lot of volunteers in that program. It's huge. I went to
it's amazing.
I volunteered with Mary Bunker Ryther doing the trash at the Oyster Mahoney's 2 event, and there was between 750 and 800 people attending the event. So it's pretty incredible. Yes, Nancy?
And there are so many different pockets or arms of VIPS that they have so many different things going on that it would be really nice to hear about that. I think it's a great idea.
I guess we gave them a sort of a recognition then. Thank you. Okay, so next, summary of actions. Licenses. Approve application for 2 special one-day wine and malt liquor licenses at Barnstable County Agricultural Society Harvest Festival, Saturday, October 2nd, 2021, and Sunday, October 3rd, 2021.
Did they withdraw?
They did.
Yeah, we just got an announcement. That's just the one of the 2.
The last minute.
Number 1, yeah.
Okay. All right, we'll take no action on that. Do we need to just take no action, or should we postpone it?
I think we can just take no action. I think we've done that in the past.
Okay.
But we do have the bands for badges.
Right.
Event. That is still ongoing.
That's a separate event. Yep.
Well, I'll move approval as conditioned.
Okay, and that's at Cape Cod Fairgrounds on Saturday, October 23rd, 2021. And is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Ms. English Braga?
English Braga, aye.
Scott Price?
Scott Price, aye.
And Brown, aye. It's a great event, raises a lot of money for military and special first responders, families. Administrative orders, authorized application.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, did we do Highfield Hall?
We have Highfield Hall as well.
Oh, I'm sorry, did I miss that? Oh, yeah, special one-day wine and malt liquor license, Highfield Hall, 59 Highfield Drive, Sunday, September 12th, 2021.
Move approval. Oops, I'll second then.
Okay, very good. All those in favor, Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Ms. English Braga?
English Braga, aye.
Ms. Scott Price?
Scott Price, aye.
And Brown, aye. And next is authorized application from Planning Department for CPA funding for the Edward Marks Building. We have a detailed report of work to be done there. Anybody have questions or concerns? Yes, Ms. Scott Price?
Excuse me, just a logistical question. It says that this Human Services Department is to move into that building the first half of 2022, but a lot of the work would not get done until it sounds like they would already be moved in. I just want to clarify, would they be in the building when a lot of this work gets done?
Some of it. Well, working outside, they could do that. Anything that's inside should be done first.
Okay, because I think there's some notes about the foundation, and that seems like some of that should be done before people move in, but I couldn't tell from this timeline if that would be done before.
I wouldn't think it'd be as disruptive as you're expecting to the office people inside. The foundation work doesn't consist of actual heavy construction. It's repointing the joints and just kind of securing cracks so mice can't get in and so forth.
Okay, all right.
And then there's detailed work on the roofing, siding, and trim, and rebuilding the front entry portico. So I think all that, even though it's going to be a little disruptive having construction activities in a building where people work, I don't think it would preclude them from occupying the space, in my opinion. Mr. Suso, do you agree with that?
I agree. Yes.
Okay.
And Angie, you might not be aware of it, but a portion of that building has already been renovated and was previously used as office space. So it's actually in good shape, ready for occupancy.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Can I motion to approve?
On motion to approve, very good. Is there a second? Is there any more discussion? Okay. Any more discussion? And thanks to the committee for their hard work. They did put a lot of time into this meeting, like every couple of weeks, and using estimates from Mr. Duffany and Christian Valley. And boy, a lot of work went into this. So I think they're really on a good track. So all those in favor, Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Ms. English Braga?
English Braga, aye.
Ms. Scott Price?
Scott Price, aye.
Brown, aye. And we just had a message from Chair of the committee. I would like to offer a tour, select board members Anjali Price and Taylor at their earliest availability. That's from Chair Barbara Wayan. So if anyone's interested to take a look at the building, there's your offer.
I would love to get in there.
It's very cool.
It is. All right. I just opened up a window on my screen here. I don't know what happened. Okay. All right. Authorized application from Planning Department for CPA funding for old burial ground condition assessment report. Mr. Suso, can you comment on that? I thought we were waiting for a larger overview of more cemeteries. Are we going to just go with the one?
Well, we actually are, Mr. Chairman, but this particular application would only be allowing us to do an initial assessment of that cemetery, and that would be conducted by the Planning Department through their auspices. So we would not need to have the committee in place to begin that process.
I see.
I'd like to, I'm sorry.
No. I just have a question. Since this is being done by the Planning Department, why is it being paid for out of this Community Preservation Act of funds? Why isn't it part of the operating budget?
Well, the primary reason is that it's an eligible activity under CPA because of the historical nature of it. And there are not sufficient funds in the current Planning Department budget to allow that assessment to occur.
It's just a question whether CPA funds should be used for other purposes when we have a qualified group of people that can conduct that.
Yes, Megan.
I just don't see it in here. And maybe I'm missing it. What do we have a sense of the price tag?
You have a historical commission chair. Ed Haddad is one of the attendees. Perhaps you'd like Ed to comment on that assessment report.
Yeah, I'd just like to have an idea if it's like 25,000 we're talking about. I get it. If it's, I have no, we haven't really done this before in my time, so I don't know what the range is.
Good evening.
Hey, Ed.
Good evening.
Hi, everybody. So what the conditions assessment report really is the first start of any kind of a preservation activity for the cemetery. What an assessment would do is a consultant who is an expert in this type of restoration work would go in there and document in each individual gravestone as to the condition, the type of stone, because the type of stone would make a difference as to what kind of preservation chemicals might be able to be used on that thing, would memorialize the inscription on it, maybe, and map the area so we know where those are, and create a directory, and actually document what the preservation steps would be to restore it, and then put a cost to each restoration plan for each gravestone. So that's what the scope of the assessment report does. Yes?
So Ed, I think the question is really how much money are we talking about for the?
Well, the assessment, the quotation. Sorry, that's the word I'm looking for. The quotation I got was $75,000. There's 750 historic gravestones in that. In the graveyard. So if you take that activity, it's about an hour or so worth of work for each gravestone. And that would include photographing And like I said, putting together a restoration plan for each individual gravestone. And that's the estimate that I received for that kind of activity.
Okay, we have a couple of questions. Nancy, I think you were first.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Can I just ask the question of who owns the gravestones? Are they owned by families? Like, can we restore them? It's just a question.
I honestly don't know, but the town owns the graveyard. So I don't know what kind of contracts are signed when someone goes into that graveyard for a burial, because they have to get permission from the town to go in there. I think they buy their plot for, I don't know exactly, but that would probably be within the contract of selling the space or, to be allowing someone to go in there. And I don't have that information.
Yes, Meg? And then
I was just going to say, I would guess it's going to be different for different grave sites, because some are going to be, as Ed said, they're hundreds of years old. We're not going to have ownership that comes down to today. There are others that, I have, family members that are there within my lifetime that have been buried there. That's probably different. So maybe, is that something that, is that at all part of the assessment? Because I think it would be helpful to understand that. And maybe Frank can also give us some insight. I know it's a patchwork in general with some of these older graveyards.
And
yeah, it's not going to be part of the assessment. That came up at the last presentation that I made, that it was going to be reviewed by Frank Duffy. When I put the proposal to create the ad hoc committee to manage this process, Mr. Suso brought up that he wanted legal to look at that, and they might have that answer. But I do know that this activity has gone on in several other graveyards in Falmouth. This is not the first one that's been done. It's gone on in many of them. We're probably, the old burial ground is probably the only one that hasn't had it done. So I'm not sure that makes it a non-issue. I just don't know. But we're not creating something new that's never been done before.
And Sam, you had a question?
Yes, I guess the question is, I can't recall whether the Community Preservation Committee actually has recommended this project. Because I know in the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund, to be able to allocate funds, money from that fund, the special legislation calls for the Community Preservation Committee to actually recommend to the select board, who are the trustees, that project be funded. And I just didn't know procedurally whether we had jumped ahead, because I know I'm the liaison to the Community Preservation Committee. I may have missed a meeting, but I don't remember them going over there. Ed, did this get reviewed?
Well, I think this is the application.
This is only in the application. We're only in the application process, Sam. This is just the start of it. So this was part of the application requirement, was to get the approval of the select board.
Okay.
Then it goes into CPC. They do their normal review. And then I think that you'll get their recommendations before town meeting, because it has to be voted on at town meeting.
Got it. Thank you.
So they'll probably take up the question of whether it's appropriate use.
Right.
Okay.
Great.
Okay, so what's the sense of the board? Would you like to authorize them to apply, or do you think it's something that we should say it's not a good idea?
No, I would move that we approve this and refer it to the Community Preservation Committee.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor of Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Ms. English Braga?
English Braga, aye.
Ms. Scott Price?
At Price, aye.
And Brown, aye. Thanks, Ed. Good luck with the project.
Can I just make a comment? I know you didn't have a public commentary period. I was going to speak, and just to tell you that, as you guys are speaking, there's a lot of pauses, a lot of breaks in your conversation. I don't know if you're aware of that. So.
I'm not sure about that. No, what do you mean?
As a listener, there's a lot of pauses. As someone's talking, you freeze for an instant, but it's happening constantly.
That might be your internet, because I'm not seeing any of that.
Oh, okay.
Same here.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's not just you, Ed. It'll be others across town. So we are aware it's been a challenge.
There's only 6,000 or 7,000 people having that problem right now.
Yeah.
That makes me feel better. All right, thank
Okay.
you, everybody.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
could just through you, Mr. Suso, could we just once again, and I know we throw a million things at Frank, but could we see if Frank can give us a little insight into the question that Nancy had? I think it would be interesting to just have his weigh in about, sort of jurisdiction or ownership and ability
Frank
to
is,
make changes to.
No problem. Frank has started to look into that, and there are some complexities, but it is a process underway.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we've approved that burying ground, and now we're on to authorized application from the Recreation Department for CPA funding for Falmouth Youth baseball fields improvements. And I have a question, Mr. Suso. Is this related to the trotting park fields with that steep gradient down to the fields from the parking area?
I think it is indirectly related. Joe Olenek is with us, and the best bet would be if we could bring Joe in to answer questions about the details.
Yes, please. Now there's a break.
Indeed. Hopefully Joe's coming in now.
Yeah, he's coming up. Evening, Joe.
Hi, everybody. How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Joe and a friend. I see a friend with him.
This is my backup.
Yeah.
So, Joe, we're wondering about this application for improvement to the fields, and I was curious if it was that asphalt ramp that leads from the parking area at Trotting Park down to the field. Is that what we're addressing here?
No, this is for the Little League fields.
Okay.
Up by Gifford Street.
Okay.
Through the 3 baseball fields that are there.
Oh, the netting and so forth?
Yeah, for the fencing and lighting, and we built it in several different ways because the cost was way higher than I thought after we got the engineering report back from CDMs. So we're going to try to break it down into multiple phases over a few years to cover the cost, because it's pretty unrealistic that the amount of money that we'll be looking for will be available in any 1 year or a couple of years.
Okay. So we got an email from, it's not on our agenda, but if I could, just for information, from Robert Brown about a grant program that he just happened to notice. He sent us a note a week or two ago saying, this is for accessibility to ball fields and recreational facilities. And he was wondering if that might be something could be applicable to that ramp down to the field. I'm just wondering if there's been any feedback on that.
I mean, it possibly could be. I haven't looked into that yet. As I had a conversation with Jeremiah from the Parks Department, and redoing that ramp is in their plans with fundings that they had from the field rehabilitations.
Yeah.
So they have to engineer it, and Jim McLaughlin is going to be the one that has to engineer it. And we all know how swamped DPW is right now, and we'll look at that and try to lay it out in some sort of a switchback form or something like that to get handicapped individuals down to the field and back up in a easier way than they can right now, because that ramp is pretty steep.
Okay. I don't know if you saw that email. You might want to take a look back. I don't know if that grant fund might be something that would work on that. I know you got it planned. It's already planned by DPW, but if the grant funding could assist, and maybe that we could, that would help our budget.
Certainly.
Okay. Thank you very much for that information. Okay, then is there any motion from the board on this application request?
Move approval. I'll second that.
Okay. All right, we have a double nomination and a double second. And all those in favor, Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
English Braga?
English Braga, aye.
Scott Price?
Scott Price, aye.
And Brown, aye. And next is authorized application from Department of Public Works for CPA funding for water stations. And this is related to the Falmouth Water Stewards Program that we're putting stations around town. And now there's a new initiative to hopefully put them at beaches and other locations that were not previously considered. And Mr. McConerty, are you here to speak to this?
Yes, I had a conversation with water superintendent this afternoon. I believe he's working with Alan Robinson on putting some of these locations in.
Yes, sir.
You see some of the areas around town, they have some signs that say, future water stations coming in this area. So they had a list of areas that they want to work on and have them permitted to get the water stations. They're about between 5,000 and 6,000 a piece. What happens is Public Works has been hooking up the, they've been purchasing the unit, and then Public Works has been hooking up the water and pulling the concrete pads for them.
Right. I sure appreciate that program. It's really working out nicely.
It's a joint program going with the water stewards and Public Works. Seems to be working out pretty well. You're seeing more and more of them in the bike path parking lots and on the beaches.
Yeah, people get a kick out of them when they see them for the first time. And I mean, if we're going to ban plastic water bottles, we got to give them something, right?
Yeah, they're nice units.
They are very nice.
They work well.
Yeah, the shipping has gone up like crazy though, because we happened to pick the units that came from Australia. And at the time when we picked them, it was $500 to get them shipped. It's gone up to $2,000 to get them shipped now. Even with 9 of them at one time, still no break on the price. Well, it's nice to have the CPA funding for something like that because it certainly is a community initiative. So anyway, that's my opinion. And is there anybody else who wants to make a motion?
I'd move approval.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Ms. English Braga?
English Braga, aye.
Ms. Scott Price?
Scott Price, aye.
And Brown, aye. Thank you, Mr. McConerty.
Thank you.
Next is authorized application from Highfield Hall for CPA funding for Highfield Hall gutter and fascia rehabilitation. Any questions on that one?
No, I move we refer this application to the Community Preservation Committee.
Second.
But that means we approve that they apply? Is that?
Just approving them to apply.
Right.
And then CPA will make their recommendation, and then we'll, see that for town meeting as an article.
Okay, so I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Ms. English Braga?
English Braga, aye.
Ms. Scott Price?
Scott Price, aye.
And Brown, aye. Thank you. And next is acting as trustees of Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund, vote to grant a grant of up to $25,000 for technical assistance for the development of affordable housing at Emerald House Properties. And this was, there's some question about how much housing could be developed on the site and whether the slope and back is too impactful, or basically figure out what can be done effectively with the site. Is Ms. Carla Ferroni to speak to this? Welcome.
Carla Ferroni, Housing Coordinator. Yes, so the Office of the Town Manager is requesting authorization to spend up to $25,000 from the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund to collaborate with the state and getting some technical assistance from them on a thorough site feasibility study. There are some constraints on the back of the property, like you mentioned, and we know that the play space, that site has been determined for the play space, and we want to make sure that we can put the appropriate amount of housing in that space as well, and to locate it in the best possible area. So the Mass Housing Partnership will be providing some of the engineering work for us. We also have a small amount of money going towards community engagement throughout the evaluation and public comment on the site. And this has gone through the Community Preservation Committee at their August 12th meeting, and they recommended in favor of this.
Could I ask a question about, you go ahead, Nancy.
Oh, go ahead.
All right, well, my question is, when the advocates for the play space found out that we were rethinking and considering this longer range, process of, clearly defining what might be used on the back of the property, there was some talk from some of the members of the committee that maybe we should just find another site. And the question I have then is, are we, Mr. Suso, looking for another site? Is there any success on that? And the other part of the question is, would these people that are looking at this professional survey, would they consider like a two-part, two options, one with the play space and one without? How would it go?
I can advise, Mr. Chairman, we're supportive of inquiries into another site, but we have not assigned staff to actively search for another site for the play space. We're anticipating this process identifying an appropriate location for play space within this analysis, and not excluding them, but including them. And then if there's a determination later that they go elsewhere, that can be accommodated as well.
Okay, so for now, the plan would be to build around it. And
So my question kind of tags on to that. I was wondering the size of the community play space. I was thinking about that one. And also, is this the typical process for affordable housing on land owned by the town?
Well, a Little Pond Place that's just been built is built on property that the town purchased.
That's my question is, did we go through the same process for this? Did they have somebody go for money to have the state involved? I'm just asking if it's a similar process that we did for Little Pond.
Yeah, I guess I can advise just generally that we did have some analysis done of Little Pond Place. The acquisition of it, of course, predated my arrival as town manager, but one of the challenges with the Emerald site is it's two separate parcels which have differing controls on what can be done. One of them is an Article 97 property, the other one is not. And unlike Little Pond Place, we have a multitude of competing entities and uses potentially for this property. So we want to be certain that we do the proper due diligence for the select board so that you can make the most informed decision about the optimum locations for each one of these potential uses, given the Article 97 and any other zoning limitations involved. And then you can make a decision in the best interest of all.
Does that status preclude the two lots from being joined?
I'm sorry, Doug, I didn't hear that.
Does the status of the acquisition of the two lots preclude them from being joined? To join them, would that make it more simple?
Well, one is an Article 97 property and the other is not. So I don't know whether they could be joined. If they did, it might well complicate things, but we can have town council explore that. One does not require Article 97 process, the other does, which means you need to go back to the state legislature and it gets fairly complex.
Well, the Article 97 is a conservation restriction or something? What is that?
Well, it's a restriction on recreation property that if it's taken out of that use, it needs to be replicated elsewhere. And the state legislature has to agree to allow you to use it for other purposes that are not strictly recreation related. That's just a thumbnail. There's more details to it certainly than I've described.
And so which of the two properties is designated as 97? You know? Sorry to put you on the spot. I know we weren't planning to talk about that.
The Emerald House is on the parcel that's not the Chapter 97 purchase or whatever it is.
Oh, I see. So part of this analysis will determine the complexities of putting housing on it. Is that part of it?
Correct. That's exactly right.
Is it lot 81 that can have affordable housing on it and 67 cannot?
I don't have that right here in front of me, so I would need to get back to the board. I want to be certain I give you an accurate answer on that.
If I could just clarify Nancy's question about, whether the town can do this. On the Little Pond Place properties, there was two sections, you may recall or not. There was a conservation portion, and then there was a housing portion. And essentially, we put out a request for a proposal to anybody that would come and develop 48 units on the affordable housing portion. And the siting of it was actually up to the developer's proposal. So it was left to their discretion. So in this case, I guess we're looking at concept of how we can put multiple uses onto those two lots.
Yes, Ms. Baroni.
It is 67 Davisville that has the Article 97 restriction.
Okay. Well, actually, that's good then, because it's already partially developed, and that's where we want to put the playground.
So it's 81 that you could do affordable housing, correct?
That sounds like it,
Okay.
yeah.
That would be my understanding, yes.
Okay, that's what I'm.
Okay.
But that's also that's where they also plan to site the all-purpose playground. It was supposed to be abutting Davisville Road, so it was going to share Davisville Road with the Emerald House.
Oh, I thought that the playground was going to go behind Emerald House on the plan I saw.
No, that was going to be community gardens.
Well, that was off to
Anyway,
one side.
That's my memory.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
I thought it was the proposed garden, the Emerald House, and the play area would be on 67, and 81 would be for affordable housing. So I just get concerned about money that I'd love to see the 25,000 go towards the actual units, but I get it that you're going to have someone come in and take a look. My last comment is, in doing this, would this potentially speed up the process of getting this done or not?
Well, I can take a crack at that. We have significant questions as to what's the most appropriate approach to dividing up these properties and doing them in the most expeditious manner. So we're pretty confident that this analysis is going to give the select board enough information that you can move forward more swiftly than you could otherwise.
That's what I want to hear. Thank you.
Angela?
Certainly.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to make note that Kathleen in the audience, as an attendee, has her hand raised.
Oh, very good. Thank you for pointing that out. And could we promote her to panelist? And we can hear from Kathleen Haynes.
Kathleen, you're on mute.
I just wanted to clarify, play space was meant to be at 87 or 81. The Emerald House is 67. That was where the community garden was, and there was supposed to be a road behind that went to affordable housing. 81 is where the play space was going to be, because it's the flatter of the two lots, and it was easier to put it there because it was flatter. And it had only screen behind, as opposed to going back behind the Emerald House, which is uneven and would cost a lot more money to put the play space there. I came in at the right time when you were discussing this, and I just wanted to be able to clarify for you guys what plot was what.
So now, on the original landscaper design, the volunteer effort that we had there, I thought he had put it behind the Emerald House. Was that?
No, it was on the side of it. It was to the side. It was, the Emerald House is facing, say, going toward the school. 87 would be right next to the school, where 81, if that's the number, it's not 60.
It's 67 and 81. So
okay, 81 was where the play space was going to be, which had been to the left of the Emerald House.
okay, thanks for reminding us of that. I couldn't remember, I guess, clearly.
I live it, so.
It's been a while already. Jeez. Okay, thank you so much, Kathleen. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so now back to our discussion of voting. Do we want to move this forward? Is there a motion to approve? Is there any other questions?
I would move approval. I think that we've just from this little conversation, we realize that there's some complexity to it. So I think in the long run, it will save some time and maybe get us closer to having some more affordable housing if we have this done. So I would move approval.
Second.
Okay,
Taylor
all in
second.
favor? Thank you. Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, I.
Ms. Scott Price?
Scott Price, aye.
Ms. English Braga?
English Braga, aye.
And Brown, aye. Thank you, Ms. Ferroni, for joining us. I appreciate it. And to Kathleen as well. And so next is authorized town manager to apply for grant funding to supplement the potential purchase of recycling carts. Interesting opportunity. Yes, Ms. Scott Price?
Can you just clarify what a recycling cart is?
I think it's a big barrel with wheels, right?
Correct.
Just
A
not,
toter
oh,
with a handle, 60 or 90 gallons, normally a little
Right.
larger than the 90-gallon size.
Like the kind the
Okay.
machine picks up with the.
Yep.
I've always known them as bins, so that I would just wanted to clarify. Thanks.
Okay.
And I think we have Peter McConerty with us again.
All right.
To assist us in answering questions on this, if there are any.
Welcome, Peter. Thank you for coming back on.
Hello. Yeah, so we the curbside contract is going to be coming to an end in the end of May 31st of 2022. And we're looking at different options to see what we can do to help the contractor, to help the town with the curbside pickup. And the recycling toters, basically bins, carts, toters, there are grants out there to be able to get those, to get toters to help the town purchase these additional toters. So I've been working with the town manager, working with the finance director on best possibilities of getting this. The benefits of it is that with the toters for the recycling carts, the trucks will be able to be automated. So it'll be a faster pickup by the contractor. The drivers will not be getting out of the vehicles and picking up the trash barrels, bending over and throwing them back in the truck. We're understanding that there could be some possible health insurance benefits that the town might be able to. It'll be easier for the town for negotiating. It'll be lesser on the contractor, and it'll be neater. It'll be faster to have the bins. To have automated. The trucks already have the automated arm on it, so this will just make it easier for the contractor. And by doing this, the town, everyone knows that the cost of the solid waste and recycling is going to be going up. And I think from the town's benefit, we'll be able to negotiate a better price to be able to have automation on the carts. And
Absolutely.
yeah, so not to get too much into to the contract side of it, but on the recycling carts, the contract picks up bi-weekly, every other week. So we're looking at the 95-gallon toters for every other week. And then, a regular trash barrel can be a 36-gallon, but the goal of it is to fit more recycling into the cart, but to also show that we want to boost our recycling rates also with the bigger cart.
Yes, Megan.
Yeah, I was just going to pick up on what Peter said, that in addition to all those benefits with automation, this discussion has been going on for a while. Solid Waste Advisory started talking about it a few years ago, and Peter was part of that conversation. And part of it is obviously up our recycling and then also prevent loads from being rejected, because sometimes people fill their recycling bin and they just start tossing some of those recycling items into their trash. And that creates problems with our loads potentially being rejected. So I think it has a lot of benefits all the way around. Obviously, not to mention the obvious one, which is taking those type of recyclables out of the trash stream, for all those good green reasons. And I just want to take 1 second to kind of quash a rumor that continues to persist. And I think Mr. Suso addressed it a while ago. So we get these emails that people believe that we aren't recycling, that everything gets dumped in with the trash, and that's not accurate. The town of Falmouth has continued to have our recycling program. I get an email probably once a week where someone says, my neighbor said, doesn't matter. everything just gets thrown into the trash and we're not recycling, because of the price of, recycling kind of crash of plastic. And that's not accurate. People absolutely should be separating their recyclables, because that is still taking place. And it's still, number one, the right thing to do for the environment, but it's also the right thing to do economically for our community, because, it has all the benefits that Peter has pointed out. So I hope folks just, really, even before we get those bins, make sure that you are recycling the way that we are supposed to.
That's Nancy.
And when will we be renegotiating, and is it with Republic?
Basically, Republic Services is the only contractor on Cape Cod right now. Waste Solutions has pulled out many years ago, so Republic is basically the Cape Cod contractor. So we'll be working with them to look to renegotiate.
And when would that be approximately?
So the contract is over in at the end of May of 22. So we'll be looking at going through this contract in November, December timeframe of this year. So we have a new, well, not so new anymore, but we've had our recycling coordinator position open, Mary Ryder. She's been in the position for several months now. She's doing a very good job, and she's collecting information on from the state, from the Mass DEP, of what they want to see in contracts. So I think we'll be able to take a look at that, and we already have a contract, be able to commingle them both together.
So it might be a good timing to do this, I guess, is what I'm thinking. If we're going to be coming up to renegotiate next May, now may be a good time to go ahead and hopefully put this through.
Yeah, we've already been talking with that. We've already had several conversations with our contractor about it over the past several years on it. So the contractor knows that we're looking to do this too. It's basically a funding thing of how to be able to put. I mean, you're talking 22,000. Probably have 22,500 carts. So it's a lot of carts.
How much do the carts actually cost?
When you buy them in bulk, you can get them for $70, $68. But when you're buying them in bulk, like the amount that we're looking to buy, you're going to be somewhere in the mid 50 range, okay. 55, 57 maybe. And then there's as you said earlier, there's a shipping cost to it. So, but what happens is when these are rolled out, we'll work with our contractor. So these will be delivered probably to Public Works, but our contractor will deliver them, pick them up and deliver them to the residences. So there'll be a delivery to the actual residences. So they'll just show up. And just a question from Megan too, is that what happens is people get concerned with the pickup. They think it's all going from trash to recycling. It's all the Republic trucks. They're the same trucks. They look the same and they operate the same. So I think residents are getting concerned that we're throwing everything into one bin, but it's a separate trash truck and a separate recycling truck.
I think that the confusion comes from the fact that our bins at the beaches are just unmanageable. And a lot of times that recycling has to go in the trash because it's too much work to have the guys sort through the whole thing, right? Am I right? I think it's just, people see that, and that is where the rumor starts. It's unfortunate that can't be managed, but I mean, there's only so many hours in a day. And, people at home can be more careful with their recycling, but people at the beach, they're tired, they're sunburned, they're just throwing things in and wherever. And we probably shouldn't even have recycling bins at the beach, because I think that's what's giving us the bad rumors.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Suso.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just want to confirm, just to reiterate, it is the ideal time to answer Nancy Taylor's question to proceed with this. And actually, we're looking at these grant opportunities, but at the same time, as you'll see from Jennifer Mullen's presentation on the capital plan, a portion of the capital plan, one of the elements is funding for the acquisition of these recycling toters as well. So these grant funds would supplement what we're able to set aside with the board's concurrence for recycling toters, and that'll be coming up here shortly.
I would move. Oh, sorry. I was just going to move approval just because I see we're getting late.
Taylor, second.
All those in favor? Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Ms. Scott Price?
Scott Price, aye.
Ms. English Braga.
English Braga, aye.
Brown, aye. My last comment I was going to make was that we're probably going to have to do this with trash barrels too as well, right?
Ultimately, we will, yes. We want to start with the toters, however, because they would be a larger capacity, and we think there would be a more significant payoff to us going that way first.
Yeah, and we
You're
need them
right.
with those little tiny bins we have now. They're not working, so good.
Right.
Good point. Thank you.
I can tell you that my son gets his trash picked up, and they actually pick up both at the same time. They're picked up separately and dumped into different parts of the truck, but it's totally automated. The driver never leaves the place where they sit. He's got a television camera. He pulls up. He's got controls to move the jaws back and forth to line up with the container, so he can pick up one and dump it in the right place, and then he moves over and picks up the second one and it goes into a different place. It's quite impressive.
Yeah, one man per truck, much better than two, right?
Yep.
Right.
Okay. And that's grant funding purchase of recycling cards. Okay, last one on this line is vote to exempt Diana Malloy, a member of the Falmouth Board of Health, from certain, she's actually the chair of the Board of Health, from certain provisions of the conflict of interest law with her new appointment at Visiting Nurse Association. So I saw the commentary in the packet from the person at the State Ethics Commission, but I didn't actually see Mr. Attorney Duffy's comment. I just saw, she said, yes, Mr. Duffy, I agree, but furthermore, she made an additional point. What was Mr. Duffy? I'm sorry I didn't mention this earlier, but I just noticed it this afternoon when I was reviewing again.
That was also my question.
Okay. So,
Well, I can tell you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, that Town Council Duffy has indicated that this is acceptable as long as the board votes to agree with the Ethics Commission ruling to allow Diana Malloy to operate in this capacity and to make it clear and exclude herself when there would be any conflict.
okay. That's what I suspected from what I did see. I just didn't see the actual initial email. Any other questions?
Yeah,
on
there
that?
is an email and it does say the decision must be in writing and filed with the town clerk.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought maybe there was more that I had missed, but I think Mrs. Suso made it clear. Any other questions on this?
No, but Diane is such an important part of the Board of Health. I think she's quite objective. So I move that we exempt Diana Malloy from the conflict of interest situation as a member of the Board of Health.
Taylor, second.
All those in favor, Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, aye.
Ms. Scott Price,
Scott Price, aye.
Ms. English Braga,
English Braga, aye.
and Brown, aye. Thank you. Thank you to Ms. Malloy for willing to continue with that volunteer work. Special events, recurring recommended. Autumn Escape Bike Trek, American Lung Association, ride through Falmouth, Saturday, September 25th, 2021.
Move approval.
I gotta say, I'll accept a second on this, but
Patterson, second.
I have a little concern that when I'm driving down Quisset Ave and Sippowisset Road, bicycles are in danger. It's a very narrow, winding road with no shoulder, and 200 bicyclists on that stretch of road. I don't understand why they want to do that. I don't know why they don't just continue down the bike path all the way to Woods Hole. Not as maybe interesting as a course, but if they're going to insist on going down Quisset and Sippowisset, I think they need a police escort.
I don't disagree.
And I think it's on there. It says that they have to contact the detail sergeant 2 weeks in advance to discuss public safety measures.
Okay, well, I would condition that the police provide a detail or something, at least for that stretch of road. I'm not sure what details they've worked out with the police, but hopefully it would include that. So I'd like to condition it on some type of supervision on that stretch of road, both those roads.
Kind of hard for us to discriminate between like these triathlon, or I shouldn't say that, the distance running, where they basically use half of the road. And here's a bicycle. So I'm not sure what safety measures they use for the police in support of the safety of the riders, but I think your point's a good one.
But I would just say that I trust that our sergeants are going to, they handle these events regularly. I think the sergeants are going to know what details to recommend. I feel confident that they'll take public safety seriously, and they, are aware of the challenges on these different roads.
Okay. I've seen sometimes the Cape Cod Marathon can get a little messy once in a while.
I was thinking about. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's all run by volunteers, and sometimes the runners are tired and not really paying attention. That could happen with the bicycles too.
And I'm not sure that there isn't a fee associated with having a police detail that needs to get.
Yes, they have to pay it.
Yeah. Was that enough direction, Mr. Suso, for that one?
It is. I'm just assuming that would be a condition if the board votes to approve this, that it would involve one or more police details as affirmed by the police department in their analysis.
Unless they want to consider the alternate route of going down the bike path. Okay. Thank you. So,
isn't there a potential parking issue? So I was thinking under this conditions that we should add a 7th that says parking is on a first come first served availability. Don't we usually do that whenever there's an event that takes up parking space?
Are they parking? I thought they were just using the restrooms. Is there a parking?
I didn't see anything I didn't pay attention to anything on parking.
I don't see anything on parking for them, but maybe I'm missing it.
Well, I just assumed if they were there at the Surf Drive beach area, they would be.
That's just a break. That's just a break for them.
Okay. Got it.
They're going to put up a tent and have some water and stuff there.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Mr. Patterson?
Oh, sorry.
Patterson, aye.
And Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Ms. Scott Price?
Scott Price, aye.
And Ms. English Braga?
English Braga, aye.
And Brown, aye. Next meeting, we can go back to just saying
I
aye.
know.
Mr. Chair, if I could, I'd just like to
Yes.
say that I like the way this new paperwork looks. I just wanted to make comment that the working group review form, I haven't seen this before, so I don't know if this is new or not, but I like it.
I agree with you. It's very helpful. And also the notice of conflicting events on the same weekend is
Yes.
also very instructive. Point. Thanks for mentioning that. Okay, so what do we have next? Dream Cruise, Falmouth Classic Car Club, Library Lawn, Shore Street exit, Saturday, 9/18/21. And I saw they had a condition that if the grass is too wet, they won't do it. So I don't have any other concerns. Anybody else have any concerns with that? Or is there a motion to approve?
So moved, Patterson.
Taylor, second.
All those in favor, Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Mr. Taylor,
Taylor, aye.
Ms. Scott Price,
Scott Price, aye.
Ms. English Braga,
English Braga, aye.
Brown, aye. Thank you. And next, Wings for Falmouth Families Scavenger Hunt. Wings for Falmouth Families start and finish Marina Park, Saturday, October 2nd, 2021.
I move approval.
Taylor, second.
Patterson. Yeah, Patterson.
All those in favor?
Patterson.
Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, aye.
Ms. Scott Price,
Scott Price, aye.
Ms. English Braga,
English Braga, aye.
and Brown, aye. Thank you. Next, we have the Chris Weatherby Memorial Toy Run, ride from Buzzards Bay to the Navigator in Falmouth, Sunday, November 7th, 2021. This is a recurring event that we hear often from Tammy Baptiste. I don't know if she's here and she wants to speak to this today.
She is here. She was in the chat.
Okay.
And I would, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Now, so do we have to vote twice, one to approve and one to approve the waiver?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you.
And I was, Mr. Chair, I was just going to say that I will just disclose that I am the vice president of the Navigator. I don't receive compensation for that. And we don't actually, I can't recall, but I don't believe we charge for this event, but Tammy could remind me. So I would just disclose that.
Welcome, Tammy. How are you?
Good evening. Thank you. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Ms. English Braga is correct. They do donate this facility.
Yep.
Very nice. And did you just want to tell us briefly? I know you tell us every year, but feel free to tell us again if you like.
Absolutely. This is a motorcycle ride done by myself and my family in my mother's memory, who started this ride over 30 years ago. Well, became a part of this ride over 30 years ago. It originally benefited the children of the Carriage House in North Falmouth. It now benefits needy children all over Cape Cod. So it's not just Falmouth anymore. It's Falmouth, Mashpee, Bourne, it's Chatham, it's anywhere on Cape Cod, and all the toys stay on Cape Cod. A majority of them, from what I understand, do stay in the Upper Cape area. We put forth any startup funds ourselves. The Eagles Hall in Buzzards Bay donates the space. The Navigator donates the space. We are a group of motorcycle riders who donate time, money, bring a toy, and we do a ride from Buzzards Bay through the shore route to the Navigator in Falmouth.
Well, it seems like your event grows a little bit each year, huh?
It's been about 200 the last 3 years, give or take.
Oh, okay.
We are not up to Big Nick Speed or Roar Ride or any of those very large rides.
Right. Well, I thought by expanding across the Cape, I assumed that the membership was growing, but I guess you're just working harder. Huh?
Working harder.
Okay. Mr. Patterson?
And Tammy, it's not, my map is in black and white, so it's not really clear for me what the route is. Could you clarify that for me?
Absolutely. The map, I apologize, the route is from Eagles Hall and Buzzards Bay down Main Street, Buzzards Bay, over the bridge, and then it takes the shore road down past, and then on to 28A. And then from 28A, it connects to Brick Kiln Road, goes up Brick Kiln Road to Sandwich Road.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Okay.
I would move approval.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Ms. Scott Price?
Scott Price, aye.
Ms. English Braga?
English Braga, aye.
And Brown, aye. Thank you and good luck with the ride.
Good luck,
Thank you.
Tammy.
Thank you very much.
I'd also, since we're still doing it, vote the waiver.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Second.
All those in favor, Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Ms. Scott Price?
Scott Price, aye.
And Ms. English Braga?
English Braga, aye.
And Brown, aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You bikers are a hardy bunch. You're going to do this in November, huh? Okay, let's see. Next we have Old Stone Dock Association meeting at Surf Drive Beach, Friday, September 3rd, 2021.
Move approval.
Taylor, second.
All those in favor, Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Ms. Scott Price?
Scott Price, aye.
Ms. English Braga?
English Braga, aye.
And Brown, aye. And next, public hearings. Vote to adopt stormwater management rules and regulations. I saw Mr. Suso's note that we'd like to bring this to the Conservation Commission first, or I don't know if it's just first or ultimately if that will be the destination. How will that work?
Yeah, if, Mr. Chairman, if it's agreeable, we've begun discussions with the Conservation Commission about occupying that regulatory role, that appeal role on the few cases where you might have an appeal to the administrative actions of Public Works Department to regulate stormwater. And we have begun that discussion with the Conservation Commission Chair and also the Conservation Administrator. And it was asked that they discuss that with their committee in the month of September. So my request of the board is if you would be willing to continue this hearing process until your select board meeting on Monday, September 27th. We've reviewed this process with Town Council Frank Duffy as well, and he's suggesting that additional time if the board would be so willing.
Sounds good to me. Any other concerns or comments from the board?
It makes sense.
It certainly makes sense.
Okay.
You would carry this to 7:30 p.m. on that date, Mr. Chairman, if that'd be agreeable.
I would entertain such a motion from a board member if there was one.
Do we have to, because it was a public hearing, can I just ask, do we have to, we're just voting to continue the hearing, right? We don't have to. Then I would so move.
Taylor, second.
All right, very good. All those in favor, Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Ms. Scott Price?
Price, aye.
Ms. English Braga?
English Braga, aye.
And Brown, aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin, for being here.
Thank you.
And let's see, next, application for multiple amendments on an all alcoholic common victualler license, Falmouth Golf Management, doing business as Falmouth Country Club, located at 630 Carrot Shop Road, East Falmouth, including change of officers, directors, and change of ownership interest. Okay, this seems pretty simple to me. I don't know if we need 15 minutes, but
I think we just need to, does someone have, I don't see the notices in our packet. Am I missing it? Public hearing, I see it for.
Actually, now that you mention it, I didn't remember seeing that.
I don't see it for this one. I see the printout from the paper, but that's hard to read.
Yeah.
Can you see the date, at least of the?
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, August 13th.
Yes.
So at least we can note that it was noticed properly.
We just can't read it.
I'm going to just do it because we should open it. So notice is hereby given under Chapter 138 of the General Laws as amended that Falmouth Golf Management, LLC, DBA Falmouth Country Club, has applied for multiple amendments to the all-alcoholic common victualler license located at 630 Carrot Shop Road, East Falmouth, Mass., including change of ownership, interest, and change of officers or directors. A hearing will be held at the Selectmen's Meeting Room, Falmouth Town Hall on Monday, August 30th, 2020 at 7:30 p.m. And this is, as Mr. Patterson said, it was published in the Enterprise on August 13th, 2021.
Right.
So I don't have to take my eye exam this year. I think,
Good job.
I think that passes.
I'm glad because my glasses are in my truck. Okay, and Ms. Jennifer Gallery, are you here to speak to this?
I'm here to answer any questions. My client purchased a portfolio of Indigo Golf Partners and Terrace Golf. Troon Golf is my client. They're a national golf course operator. And the Indigo portfolio, which was about 135 golf courses, was acquired at the beginning of the year. And so this is a regulatory filing to update the ownership to replace the prior officers with the officers of Troon Golf and to approve the new ownership structure. No changes in the golf course, the on-site manager, the on-site operations at all. That's all going to stay the same.
Basically, just ownership is changing.
Yeah.
That's correct.
This is a formality.
Correct.
I would entertain a motion to approve if there is one.
Well, first we need to close the hearing, but do you want to check to see if there are any public questions or comments?
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. That's a good point. Any public comment, either positive or negative, regarding this application? I don't see anything in the chat.
I don't see anything either.
Nobody's in the waiting room.
Okay, well, I would move that we close the hearing.
I would second.
All in favor, Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Ms. Scott Price?
Scott Price, aye.
Ms. English Braga?
English Braga, aye.
And Brown, aye.
I move that we approve this application.
Second. Oh, sorry.
Okay. Have a motion and a second. All those in favor, Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Ms. Scott Price?
Scott Price, aye.
Ms. English Braga?
English Braga, aye.
And Brown, aye. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. And next we have application for renewal of Shellfish Aquaculture license issued to Peter Chase of Quisset Oyster Company, LLC, 35 West Moreland Drive, Falmouth, Mass. 02540.
I can read the hearing notice if you'd like, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
The Falmouth Select Board will hold a public hearing under Section 24077 Wetland Regulations of the Zoning Bylaw on a request for the renewal of Shellfish Aquaculture Permit Number A10-04 by Peter Chase of Quisset Oyster Company, LLC, 35 West Moreland Drive, Falmouth, Mass. 02540 for a 2-acre parcel in the waters of Buzzards Bay, roughly 600 feet offshore from the commonly known as Gansett Beach. Said hearing will be held on Monday, August 30th, 2021 at 7:30 p.m. virtually via Zoom. This was published in the Falmouth Enterprise on Friday, 8/13, and also on Friday, 8/27.
Thank you very much for that. And are there any changes to the license, Mr. Suso, or any parameters that are revised?
To the best of my knowledge, no changes. I'm wondering if, I think we have
Mr. Chase is here
with us.
Mr. Chase, would you like to just give us a quick update as to anything that's new?
Sure. There's nothing new. I've been out there for 15 years, and so just looking for a renewal.
Okay. Well, I haven't heard any problems or complaints about your oysters, so I guess we're probably good to go.
Scott Price, motion to approve.
Oh, we have to close the hearing first.
Oh, just kidding.
Oh.
I motion to close the hearing.
We have to get public. You just have to ask. We're probably not going to get it.
All right.
All right, I'm just going to mute then.
No, you're good. You're almost there.
Good
Keep
try.
trying.
Any public comment for or against this application for renewal of oyster propagation license? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to close the hearing.
Scott Price, motion to close the hearing this time.
Thank you. Is there a
Patterson,
second?
second.
Very well. All in favor, Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, aye.
Ms. English Braga,
English Braga, aye.
Ms. Scott Price,
Scott Price, aye.
and Brown, aye. Now I would entertain a motion to approve if there's no discussion from the board.
Move approval.
Scott Price, second.
All those in favor, Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, aye.
Ms. English Braga,
English Braga, aye.
and Ms. Scott Price,
Scott Price, aye.
and Brown, aye.
And thanks for keeping our aquaculture program going here at Falmouth.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Too.
Good luck with the fishing.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, and next is business. Discussion update on COVID-19 issues from Mr. McGann.
Mr. Chair, I don't think I see him in the.
Are they meeting tonight? Are they maybe?
Oh,
not?
that's right.
Here he
We
is.
might have
Here he
to.
is.
Yeah, he's here.
Welcome, Mr.
Oh, I'm
McGann.
an ace on this stuff. Hi, everybody. First thing I want to say, there was an article in the Enterprise about COVID vaccinations at the fairgrounds. That's actually was testing. That's not vaccinations. I sometimes call one kid the other name. Sometimes the dog's called the daughter's name. I don't know if you've ever made. I was called Scrag. My brother's name was Craig. I don't know whether I said it at the Board of Health meeting or they just missed what I had said. So it's actually testing. We're not doing vaccinations out of the fairgrounds. I happen to see the article. I just wanted to make sure I said that first and foremost before I share screen. So in terms of how we're doing, let's see. You guys seeing the screen okay?
Yes.
All right. So this is the screen I like to start out with. Our case count as of today, these are for confirmed cases, is 1713. You can see we had 5 really sort of similar weeks where we had about 20 confirmed and maybe 5 or 6 probables each week. You can see the red dot indicates we had more cases over the weekend. So we had a couple of days where we had 5s. And when I talk about incidence rate, I'll tell you what that means. But we normally average 2 to 3 cases per day. When we get 21 cases over 7 days would be 3 a day. So we're sort of in that 2.5 to 3 cases per day. We were a little heavy on the weekend, though today was pretty more normal of what we've been seeing over the last 5 weeks. But that's something I definitely want to keep an eye on, that, if you see any kind of increase, it change our metrics around, whether you start talking about mandates and so forth. But that's where we are right now. As far as we are with our peers, the rest of the county, we're doing above average for our incidence rate. So when you see 8.5 per 100,000, what does that mean? Well, that means a day, since we have about a third of 100,000 in town, you divide 8.5 by 3 and you come up with something like 2.5 or whatever that number is. So you come in there between 2 and 3 cases per day is what that means. You can see that we've been doing better, and we're still doing better. Provincetown still kind of coming down from the issues that they had in mid-July. That's going to take a while when you have 1,000 cases, not all in Provincetown, but in general. So Provincetown had several hundred. It's taken a while, and it's affected Truro and Wellfleet. Truro at different times, now Wellfleet. But you can see that we've done fairly well. Amongst our peers. We're sort of in the lower half, and we have been for a little bit. Our incidence rate again is 8.5 per. That was our most recent. This doesn't take the last more recent cases. This is a little bit of a delay. It takes the previous week's 2 weeks average. Our positivity dropped 0.5% over that time frame. So this time frame would have been the 2 last previous weeks. So not counting, wouldn't have counted last week. So last week, the weekend, that'll go into next week's data. So in terms of hospitalizations, we've been in that 3-4 range, which is a little higher than we've had early in the summer. So that's kind of where we are with hospitalizations. It's been sort of 3 to 5 in the last week or so. In terms of, and actually the report I got today was also 4. In terms of vaccinations, I'll just jump over to vaccinations. Again, we had about 299 doses administered during the 7-day period, 155 new doses. So that's people getting the vaccine for the first time, 144 second doses. We're at 79% of all eligible residents are fully vaccinated. So those are really, again, we've always had good numbers, and we're still, I think with Delta, you're seeing a bit of an increase. We were down in maybe 50 per week. We're up 3 times that. So more people are taking the vaccine as a result, probably of Delta. In talking a little bit about third doses, you've heard that people with moderate to severe immune compromised people are recommended to get a third dose. The third dose is not a booster. We use the term booster, but it's the same vaccine. So I like to call it the third dose. It's not recommending, the CDC is not recommending additional doses at this time until they have a rollout plan. The rollout plan, I'm not necessarily know how local health and the Barnstable County Health and the environment is going to roll this time with this. Last time, it was a little frustrating about getting the doses initially. They're not going to have the mass vaccination sites. It may be more local health, which we'll be ready for. We'll use Barnstable County. We'll use the VNA. We'll run as many clinics. I think at this point in time, we could run a clinic anywhere. So we'll do that as we get more information. Right now, I don't have a lot of information with the state, how we'll work on it, how we'll do it. I don't think it'll be just solely the pharmacies. The pharmacies have always been a big player. I don't know exactly how local health, perhaps we would use the fairgrounds at some point. Maybe at the high school, like we used to do if we were here in 2009, we did the H1N1, did like 2,000 people out of the high school or something like that. Maybe something that looks a little bit like that, but we can do it any different way. We'll just see what the state wants. But right now, anybody who's immune compromised can get a third third dose, as long as it's been at least 28 days from your second dose. And as more information comes from the state and from the feds, we'll do what we need to do to make sure we have that third dose available. The last thing I wanted to talk about would be schools. We are in school mode starting next week. We're having a second dose clinic for those who got a first dose earlier in the month at the high school tomorrow. We'll have some more maybe in September. We'll have them as need. As the school feels there's a need, we'll come out and do some more vaccinations. Kids get eligible every so many 11-year-olds turn to be 12-year-olds and they become eligible, and maybe some parents and kids change their mind. So we'll be able to do some more. The state required indoor masks at schools. That was done the last Tuesday. So the state is going to require indoor masking. And also with schools, there's a test and stay program. So that would be daily testing along, when there's close contacts, they would be able to the school would test daily using the rapid test Binax. So that's another program. The state isn't really looking for remote learning. So if you have cases in schools, they're going to be working on more of a test and stay rather than a quarantine sort of situation. So that's something that the schools are working on, to help, keep school as normal as possible, because I think we all agree we'd want that. But with Delta being more transmissible, that it's obviously hard, and you don't have cohorting and a lot of the same mitigation processes that you had last year. So I think that's what I have for I'll stop sharing and I'll ask you guys if you guys have any questions.
Questions from the board?
No.
Just thanks, Scott.
Yeah.
Oh, you're welcome.
I just have one little question about the slight increase, and why was it red? Just because it's.
I just colored it red to show you it wasn't a full week. That's all. Sorry.
Oh,
I just happened to pick that color to show you that it's not. Those blues are all the end of the week. That's a midweek one. So I always just made that a different color. I'll choose
Okay.
green. I'll choose green next time.
Yeah, green would be better.
Red means danger, right? I'll use
Right.
yellow or some other color.
How about yellow? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll use yellow. I
Caution.
just chose that
Since
color
it's-
so it showed it just to
since
show you
it's an
that that's a
uptick.
different week. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad you picked up on it. We've done that 37 times since. I'm just teasing.
Okay.
Takes
I'm
us a
very-
while.
very
I'm
observant.
just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'll pick a. So is the consensus yellow? I'll use yellow next time.
Oh, I don't care. Just
Sorry
curious about the red.
That's why I chose it. Just because it's not a full week.
All righty. So we're still doing relatively okay in your
Yeah, I
opinion.
am. I didn't like to see what we had an increase, 5 or 6 a day for a couple of days. But if it goes and it doesn't stay that direction, if it stays that direction, we need to have, our, when I use those metrics to say whether we need to have more mitigation, then, that will push that number upward. If
Yeah.
it flattens out and it becomes just a blip, then it's a blip. If it becomes consistent and it just starts to grow, then we need to do something about it.
I'll shoot out an email to us and keep us posted if it
Yeah.
starts to look a little scary.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Scott.
that. Thank you
Yeah,
very much.
thank you so much. Because
See
I
ya.
think your reporting and your confidence and the way you've handled things has really encouraged people to go ahead and get vaccinated. So thanks very much for all your hard work and excellent work.
And I'll see everybody for their third dose at some point.
I'm ready.
Yay.
See ya.
Thank you.
Bye.
Sounds good. Thanks, Scott.
Thanks, Scott.
Okay, next is FY23 operating budget policy, financial update and capital plan presentation from Jennifer Mullen, Finance Director.
Oh, I don't know why. Okay.
Got some
I
paper
guess-
towels.
I know.
She's well prepared in life as she is with finances.
I don't know. I don't
Coffee
know how this.
spills, she's
I
ready.
don't know how they flip this around.
He likes a nice clean budget.
It's never happened before. My camera is flipped around.
It's on the top right corner of the,
Is it? Okay.
it's a little camera icon.
I'm
that pops up.
sorry. Ugh, it's always something.
Yeah, we know because we all feel the same.
All right, so it's in the top right.
I think so. Are you on an iPhone?
No, I'm on my computer from work.
Oh, geez, I never flip my computer around, so I don't know.
All right, let me go into my settings.
Yep.
Oh, this isn't good. Is anybody from IT on here? Like, can Justin help me or something?
Yes.
Yes. Hi. If you go to where it says start video, there's a little menu icon right there.
Where it says stop video?
Start.
I have stop.
Is your video's on?
Because our video's on, so it will say stop.
And go to video settings?
Yes, video settings.
Okay.
And you just want to, I believe it's mirror my video.
Okay.
Should be checked.
All right, I did it. Nope. I'm sorry, guys.
Okay.
You want to sort it out and we can come back?
Let me just give me what I have it right here, so I'm trying to.
I know it's stressful to try and do it when everybody's.
All right, so I did that. So I did mirror my video.
When you choose the menu where it says stop video, do you have an option that says select a camera?
Okay, wait a minute. Let me go back. So stop video. And then it says video settings. Oh, wait a minute. I think I got it. There we go. All right. Sorry, guys.
Good work.
I will be so glad when we get off of Zoom. I just had like town meeting flashbacks, so I appreciate your patience. And yeah, I love paper towels. So anyways, so let's start with the operating budget policy. Because that's the first thing on the agenda. So, as you know, I come forward every year around this time to have the board consider an operating budget policy. We're looking at FY23. This will be the second fiscal year that we'll be back to what you call normal operations, if you want to call it normal after the pandemic. For FY21, we went to town meeting in June and we significantly reduced our estimated revenues. I'll talk a little bit about that later. So when we put the budget together for the year we're in, we actually went back to normalizing our estimated revenues and putting money back into our reserves. So the policy was in your packet. We are requesting departments to submit a 2.3 budget increase. It would be an overall 2.3 budget increase, because we can increase the tax levy by 2.5%, but the tax levy is only a portion of our total revenue. So that's why we look at 2.3%. So that's what we're looking, for a budget increase. We have our appropriation policy. I'm sure you've read through the budget policies. Does anybody really have any questions about the budget policy?
Yes, Jennifer. I'm concerned under your strategic priorities that basically you say priorities shall be placed on maintaining public health and safety and basic municipal services. But what about staffing to manage the coastal resiliency threats that we're looking at, the environmental remediation and the economic development redevelopment? I mean, I'm concerned that, we're not really addressing those really significant issues that keep welling up. And, if you went to the Cape Cod Commission, One Cape Summit, they've been studying this stuff for 8 years and it is not going away. And we look at what happened over these last 2 hurricane events. I mean, if you look at New Bedford and Providence, they have levees and floodgates. Now, that was an investment they made probably more than 50 years ago. What are we doing in the way of staffing to help us plan and begin to take a look at, an actionable plans and, network diagrams or Gantt charts, whatever you want, so that we know what the decision process is. I don't see that in our priorities. And it seems like we can't keep kicking this can down or sticking our head in the sand, whatever metaphor you want to use.
All right, can I respond? Sure. So when we sat with the first 2 major priorities are taken directly from your strategic plan, and we just look at the overall goals. This is an overall budget policy. So we're just looking at what we want to increase the budget for FY23 in our revenues. We do not, and we haven't ever in our budget policy addressed like positions or certain issues. We take the 2 top issues and we look at that. We do look at coastal resiliency. That is more of a capital plan that we look at it that way, not the operating budget. So the operating budget is reoccurring revenue for reoccurring expenses, our current services. We look at what we can increase our current services. Now, if you're asking for a position to be put into the operating budget, it isn't part of the budget policy. That would be a directive from the board to Julian. I will tell you though, with our coastal resiliency, we've appropriated $200,000 in the last couple of years. We didn't do it not last January, but the 2 years prior, it was $100,000 a year, and we've only spent $30,000. So that money is still on the books, and I just want to mention that. But this is an overall budget policy. It just guides us on how we want to put the budget together. We do not put specifics in here, and what we state is directly from the strategic plan that went over a few months ago.
Yeah, but to me, we have to have an element of policy that basically says we're looking forward, not just doing routine year after year. And I don't see that mentioned in here, because we've got to start addressing these big issues on behalf of our citizens. And
we address it in your strategic plan.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
But I don't see it, mentioned in this policy for budgeting purposes.
Doug's muted and Nancy has her hand up.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Can I just ask a question about the $170,000 that is in the coastal resiliency line item? I hear what you're saying, Sam. I just wonder why we haven't used that money to bring in a consultant or a planner or somebody to take a look at coastal resiliency and tell us the best way to proceed, because it's in there. Clearly, we've put money in that account, and I agree that we should be doing something with it.
Well, the Coastal Resiliency Action Committee just did finalize their report, and it's online now, and there's copies of it in the, I don't know if it's in the Conservation Office, I believe, Mr. Suso. I just saw Charlie
Yeah,
McCaffrey on the
It
on the
just
street.
arrived within the last couple of days, and the board will recall you had a presentation on it many months ago, but it was never completed. And actually, still not been adopted by the select board. So, there's some things that need to happen as yet to be able to take a hard look at that, I believe.
Right. So it just got put on the website, I guess, today or yesterday, and it's brand new and it's just now completed. So we do need to review that. And I guess, according to Mr. McCaffrey, the copies are available. I just saw him in passing and I didn't make it clear. When I went and picked up my packet, I didn't see it there. So I'm not sure where we'll get those hard copies. It's Conservation, maybe?
Well, they're supposed to be delivered. I haven't gotten one to our office yet.
Okay.
So
Well,
I
so
guess
anyway,
my
go ahead.
point is it doesn't appear to be a policy issue, right? And there is money put aside. And I think we did hear the draft from Mr. McCaffrey, correct?
Yeah.
And now they've finished it. So I feel like we are being responsive by putting money into the account. We just need to move forward now and be able to use it appropriately.
Right. So hopefully we can get those copies out to us, and we'll take a look at it and maybe be ready for the next meeting to discuss some action, which may include hiring a coastal resiliency specialist, and maybe it'll be a person that's dual purpose, because there was some talk of another sustainability coordinator position by another committee that. So I'm hoping, I don't know if it's something that can be done, but maybe it'll be a person that can fill two roles if that's possible. If we do hire somebody, if we decide that that's what we need to do.
Can I mention that?
Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, Zoom attended the Conservation Commission hearing last Wednesday, and the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute came and reported on their plans for how they're going to be changing that Iceland dock to, yes, to accommodate some future operational needs, but also to begin to look at sea level rise and the impact that it's going to have. So they're planning, and they're looking at 50 years and even 80 years. And that design really includes the possibility that in 50 years, they could raise that whole deck 1.5 feet to accommodate increasing sea level rise. That's the kind of forward thinking and design that we need to be looking at here pretty darn quickly, in my mind, because we're lucked out. We didn't get hit by Henri, but it could have been a very different matter, and we could have been looking at something like Hurricane Bob and a lot of infrastructure damage, both to private residents and to municipal facilities as well.
And I agree with you. And I think that we have the money put aside. So let's maybe the committee in their final report will recommend that we have someone come in who does this and help create a plan for us. But the money is there.
Right.
So
I think we're at the point where we should be procuring just such a resource. I think it's beyond the committee now. The committee's given us an assessment of where we stand and the risks that we're facing. Now I think it's up to staff to find the resource to begin to help us identify a plan for the next steps to actually implement some remediation.
Okay, I agree. I look forward to that, hopefully at our next meeting, if we can be prepared for that. I do have another question about budget policy. In this regard is, so we've got a recommendation from Transportation Committee and an identical request from the Bicycle Pedestrian Committee to consider putting in $200,000 into our operating budget for complete streets. And I spoke with Mr. Suso about it, and he had the opinion that that was more appropriately placed in the capital budget. But when I'm reading the operating budget and I see that the Stormwater Management Plan has its funding in the operating budget, that's a similar type of planning initiative, I think. So I'm wondering where the difference is.
I think we're a little bit confused here, because that's going to be my next presentation. Right now, we're talking about the operating budget. We're not talking about the capital budget. We're just talking about a policy for FY23 on how we want to increase the budgets and what we're looking at for revenue sources. The stormwater management is in the capital plan. So I think there's some confusion here about the actual operating budget policy. It's not the capital plan that you have in your packets. It's the 2-page It's actually 4 pages and it talks about.
It's just the narrative.
It's the
just
narrative. It's the same type of narrative that's been voted every year. And it just guides us. It doesn't give specifics like we want to put money here, we want to put money there. And I will talk about complete streets in my next presentation. But right now we're just talking about the operating budget policy. And then maybe if we can put this to rest, I can get to all your questions regarding complete streets and all of that in stormwater management.
Okay, very good.
And coastal resiliency,
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
environmental
Sounds good.
remediation or wastewater treatment.
Ms. Price, go ahead.
Yeah, my question was, so looking at all of the other documentation that went with this, it looks like a lot of the capital improvements are for machinery and equipment. And I'm just curious, what do we do with old equipment? Do we sell it and then that money goes back into the capitalization fund? Or what do we do?
Actually, we usually trade it in. So we trade it in against what we're buying.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, but I'd like to get back if we could. And then I mean, I have a whole presentation for capital and all of that. If we could vote on the operating budget policy would be great.
I would move approval of the policy unless people have more questions about the policy. Again, it's just the guiding principles. It's not the hard and fast numbers.
Got Price second.
Is there any change to this policy? Is this the same policy that we've been maintaining all these years?
Yes. It's
Okay.
like I said in the beginning, it has changed a little bit. We're back to what you would say normal before pre-pandemic. So the budgets are increasing 2.3%. Last year, the year of the pandemic, we increased them like 1.5 because we were really concerned about how revenues were coming in.
And we didn't fund our reserves.
These are the guiding policies that, we update them a little bit every year. If I had better state aid numbers, I would put that in there, but I don't. So yeah, these are the policies we've been voting every year.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't see anything that's concerning to me. Anybody have any other questions about it?
No, I'm just glad we're going back to kind of pre-pandemic, guidelines and policy. I think that's, it's really, and I'm going to knock on wood because I know we're not totally through everything, but it's really positive that we kind of had to hit the pause button, or not even fully pause, but just sort of be more conservative for the year. And we're going back to some of those kind of healthy increases, the 2.3% for departments. I think that's a really positive thing. So
okay.
I'm glad.
You're here.
All right, so if there's no further discussion, I would entertain a motion to approve the operating budget policy proposed August 30th, 2021.
I so moved.
And is there a second?
Got Price second.
All those in favor? Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Scott Price?
Got Price aye.
Ms. English Braga?
English Braga, aye.
And Brown, aye. Thank you for that.
Okay, so what we've all been waiting for is the capital plan.
Correct.
So I've only done this at work, so I'm going to share my screen and I have a presentation for you all. Okay. All right. Oh, wait a minute. Can you all see this?
Not yet.
Okay. Can you see it now?
Nope.
Justin, I emailed this to you. Is there any way that, oh, wait a minute. All right, you can see it now?
Yep.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Thank you. So this is the capital plan for November town meeting. So I'll just go over some normal. Okay, the capital plan is presented at the annual November town meeting. And I'm just going over how we usually, our guidelines to put it together. It's use of one-time revenues to fund one-time expenses. Requests are submitted by department heads and reviewed by the finance director, assistant town manager, and town manager. The town manager recommends to the select board. And then the select board will make changes or approve and send it to the finance committee, and they review the select board's requests and make recommendations to town meeting. And I just want to mention that when we put the capital plan together, it is put together, according to the select board strategic plan as well. It's like that overall, like we just discussed, the overall guiding policy. Okay, so I'd like to first go over the capital facility plan. I haven't done this really in about probably a couple years, so I'm just going to refresh everybody's memory. Our capital facility plan is projects that we vote debt exclusions on, and a debt exclusion is when we're allowed to pay the principal and interest back on a project over Proposition 2.5. And our overall financial policies state that we have a debt drop off. And so what that means is we have every year we pay principal and interest on debt, and that declines over time. And when that declines, we incorporate new debt. So we always have a level amount of debt that we're paying. So we're not spiking the tax rate. And so these are major capital projects over $1 million that we fit into our capital facility plan. And so I just wanted to update you. We had a major refinancing recently, and I just wanted to update you on these capital projects. So the first one, you will see this in November. It will be a town meeting article. It's a T-ticket roof replacement. It's about, right now will be, the article will be about $3.7 million. I've incorporated that into the capital facility plan. If you remember, we went to the ballot in May to vote the debt exclusion. And so we're in the process of that. We met with the project manager, Patrick Murphy, and I last week, and it's been approved by MSBA. We'll get a grant on that 3.7 million. The grant is 30-something%. So we'll get a grant about 1.3 million, which is great. And we'll probably be looking at doing construction next summer. So I wanted to update everybody on that. Also, in 2014, we voted money with the Little Pond Source Service Area, and incorporated into those debt funds was the Bourne Pond Inlet widening. And so we have been permitted for that, and that will start next March. And that is part of a coastal resiliency project that we're doing over in Minot, where we're moving the jetties. And so we're going to do that all together. We feel that that will be best served if we bid that out together. So that will be happening next year. We'll be embarking on that project. And also we have the Sandwich Road Fire Station. And right now we have issued an RFQ, which is a request for qualifications for architects. And we have respondents, and we have 5 respondents. And so we'll be going over those and rating those and bringing them back to the building committee. And we will be choosing an architect, and we'll start design on the Sandwich Road Fire Station. And then we'll probably get through design development, which might be around 60% of design, and we'll have a more solid cost estimate. And you'll see that article for the actual Sandwich Road Fire Station move forward in April, and there will be a subsequent ballot question in May. And also the wastewater treatment plant upgrades. As you know, that we are upgrading our wastewater treatment plant. It's part of our comprehensive wastewater management plan, so we can embark on the next soaring project, the TASA project. And so right now we've interviewed project managers for this upgrade, and we're in the process of choosing a project manager, and then we will choose an engineer, and we will just start the design of the wastewater treatment plant. You will see a request, and I'll be talking about that for the design in my next slide when we talk about funding in November. And then we have in the capital facility plan, we have the SOAR expansion. And so after we upgrade the wastewater treatment plant, we will upgrade the SOAR. And so let me just pull this graph. I think people are familiar with this graph. So right around here, we always want to keep the debt, if you see it in 2020, right around here. And you can see over time, I go out, so I project the debt out to 2045. You'll see a little spike in 2027 and 2028, and you see this blue. And let me just tell you a little bit about that. Those are my projected years of when we first start paying principal and interest on the soaring project. And the way that works is we borrow the money from the trust, and it will probably be 0%, but we don't start getting receiving betterment revenue until that project is completed. And so then you see the blue start to come down in 2029. So we have a major debt drop off in 2029. And again, this is just a plan. Plans change. As you go through engineering and things of that nature. So I'm always updating this. And I will state, there was talk about if you were going to build another fire station, you could actually vote that in 2025. This bar graph shows you when you start paying principal and interest. So really when the project is almost completed. So you have that major debt drop off there. So I just wanted to update the board where we were on those major capital projects and how we were using our debt drop off, because it is part of our financial policies.
I have a question on that, if I could.
Sure. Do you want me to put the graph back on?
No, it's not necessary. On the inlet widening,
Yes.
I think we're waiting for approval from the state to approve whether or not we use the groins there on that nourishment project. Is that right? Did I?
Yeah, I believe we got approval.
Is that correct? I hadn't heard that.
I talked to Jim McLaughlin recently and Peter McConaty, and I believe we have approval on that because we are ready to move forward next March.
It's
but
interesting
maybe,
news. I've been waiting
you heard-
anxiously to hear that.
Yeah, well, maybe, I might be incorrect about that.
Okay.
I thought because I did ask about moving those groins because I think it had to be approved by, wasn't DEP.
I think it was, yeah.
Was it DEP? Yeah, and I thought we received that approval because
Coastal Zone Management, more likely.
Yeah, because I know Ray Jack came in front of the board it seemed like yesterday, but it was a number of years ago to really move that plan forward of moving the jetties. And there was a lot of discussion about moving those jetties, but that was what ultimately was voted. And I believe it has been approved by the state. And so we're just about completed. And they did state they would go out to bid in March.
Can you confirm that, Mr. Suso? That's pretty interesting news.
My understanding, Mr. Chairman, is we anticipate approval imminently, but it's not been received yet.
Okay.
So I think we want to be a little cautious, but we certainly do anticipate it. We'll confirm that with Peter McConaty and advise the board officially.
It is sort of critical because I really don't want to fund the inlet widening and the bridge replacement unless we are successful with the groins, because I feel like we're
absolutely
kind of wasting money there.
Absolutely.
Could be.
Okay.
Yeah. I will tell you that I did meet with Jim and Peter regarding this in my capital plan review and talked about the whole project, not because you have two funding sources, right? You have the Bournes Pond Inlet widening, which is part of the 2014 borrowing, and we actually allocated free cash to move the groins. So I did talk with them and they are ready to go. And, maybe that approval is imminent. It wasn't, set in stone just yet. So I apologize if I gave false information, but when I met with them, they were ready to go next year because it's really important from my perspective, because I have to work it into the cash flow. So if we're going to be borrowing next year, I need to know we're going to borrow because and I'll just say this, when we look at the debt drop off and we look at capital projects with borrowing, sometimes people don't realize they'll think, okay, we appropriated that money at town meeting. Well, we appropriated the borrowing authorization. We don't have the cash on hand. And that's when you all come in, when I come to you and you sign all those documents, I have to actually go to the banks and issue a bond and borrow that money and do a competitive bid.
Well, I
So
certainly understand there's more to it than that, but the point is I just don't want to vote for something that I don't really want if we don't have the right approvals in place. That's all.
Right. Yeah. No, I haven't. Yeah.
Mr.
Sorry, I
President?
didn't give you more information than you
I'll
needed.
make a comment. I think staff was resistant to add 8 new firefighters to our force, but even though the finance committee was all in favor of it, I think we should be giving our citizens the right to raise that debt limit up and actually invest more in protecting the citizens and the infrastructure of this town if we think there's a rationale for it. So I don't want to be locked in to just simply say we've got to stay below a certain level. If we see a legitimate project that could act as insurance to help protect the properties and the infrastructure of the town, I think it's incumbent upon us to take it to the citizens and give them the opportunity to decide whether they want to raise their tax rate in order to be able to accomplish those projects. I mean, we've got to be a little bit more long-range thinking in my mind and not be strictly adhering to keeping the tax rate as low as possible. It's going to cost the citizens a heck of a lot more, at least those that will be impacted, if we don't do something to mitigate some of the risks that we see here in this town.
Well, I think maybe you might be referring to the policy that we just voted, but that's for operating. And then,
Yeah, well, no, I'm saying in general, when we're talking about managing the debt, projects that are remediation projects are going to take a huge capital investment. I'm not naive about that at all. And if that's the case, give the citizens the opportunity to say, yes, we think it's worth that.
right. But a lot of those will probably be on tax exclusions rather than, increase in the general tax levy. It'll just be a one-time debt exclusion for most of those projects, I think, right?
I think Jennifer's talking about capping that so that we don't balloon it up too high too fast.
Well, she has a range that she'd like to be in, but yeah, you're right. Some projects may push that a little bit.
And she's talking about debt drop-off.
Right. I got you.
Maybe we should be going up. That's my point.
Sometimes we probably will. Okay, thanks.
I just want to mention debt drop-off policy has been in effect way before me. So I've been following the debt drop-off policy, and it's in a written financial policy that was adopted from the board 3 years ago. So that's what really guides me is the select board's policy.
I'm a conservative investor myself and financing my own personal. I understand what you're saying, but I think we could be really penny wise and pound foolish if we're not careful. We should be looking at varying that policy if it makes sense for the benefit of our citizens.
Well, we can revise that at our next retreat if you feel like that's a position.
Yeah, but we got to have the kind of the plans and the costs associated with whatever benefit we're asking the residents to actually buy into. I mean, we're not in a position to basically say we really should raise this debt limit for this reason, and here's how we're going to get there.
Mm-hmm. I definitely sense the urgency in your voice, and I agree with it.
Just look at what's happening to New Orleans.
Right.
They had a record high winds from a hurricane. They fortunately had made the investment in FEMA had made the investment in increasing the levies, and they held.
Right.
Suppose they hadn't increased those levies. Look how much worse off they would be. Right now, it's electricity. The whole town is, whole city is out.
And just same thing with New Bedford. If they didn't have that gate to protect their harbor, they'd have a mess.
Exactly. Or Providence in this case, because Henri went on up into Narragansett Bay and pushed the floodwaters up in there. Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Right. Good.
Mr. Chairman, could I update one thing?
Yes, sir.
This is Julian. I just heard from Peter McConerty. He confirmed that we are yet awaiting one permit among the multiple ones that are necessary for the Bournes Pond widening and the bridge project. We do anticipate securing that in the near future, but it is not yet received. And we further anticipate, as Jennifer Mullen indicated, bidding that project next May.
So which permit is that? The groins?
I don't have the details on which single permit is still remaining, but it may well be the groins. I'll have to confirm that.
Okay, but it's good to know we're getting close.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry for all the interruptions, Ms. Mullen.
That's okay. Okay, so the capital plan that was emailed to you, we have a one-time higher than expected free cash. And so let me just explain where that came from. So this is at the close out of FY21. When we close the books, we have our actual revenues over estimates, our budget turnbacks, really what makes up your free cash, and it's certified from the Department of Revenue. So due to the pandemic, we proceeded very cautiously with our lower revenue estimates. We actually reduced them by probably, $1.5 million, almost 2. And we altogether, we thought we were going to get a decrease in state aid. And so the revenues came in stronger. They actually came in $1 million more than pre-pandemic, our estimated local receipts, which was very surprising. Departments spent less than their budget allocation. That was another contributory factor to our higher than free cash. And then the unspent override funds as well that were turned back. So free cash had been declining pre-pandemic. And so there are several initiatives recommended with the use of these one-time free cash funds. And I'll just show you a little graph from before the last few years. You could see how it peaks in 2018 and then it went down to 2020. I don't have 2021, and we anticipate that free cash will be certified in September by the Department of Revenue. So we're looking at a free cash. It's a preliminary estimate. It might even come in around that, maybe even less, maybe a little bit more. So we're proposing a $7.32 million capital plan. We're recommending, proposing an affordable housing allocation into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund for $4 million. The police department renovation, I've asked to upgrade those estimates. They won't be in until Friday, so I'm using like a $1.7 million estimate at this point. And then we're looking at funding the recycling toters. I think you talked a little bit about a grant that we're applying for earlier this evening to the tune of about $1.35 million. And that would leave a balance of about $1.6 million for the April town meeting. Also, in this plan that we're proposing, we're recommending, we're looking at $1.7 million for the design of the wastewater treatment plant because we need to upgrade the plant for the next SOAR project. And so we're proposing to take that from ARPA funding. And why are we doing that? We have about $3.2 million in ARPA funding, and some of that is very, it's a little ambiguous sometimes of what you can use it for, but you definitely can use it for wastewater and water projects. And so if we take the 1.7 from the ARPA funding, we're not taking it from free cash. So that kind of frees up our free cash to be a little bit more flexible with it, where we really can't be flexible too much with the ARPA funding. The Treasury, the ARPA funding is coming directly from the federal government. We're not going through the state for that. And if we propose a project to them, they're not going to tell us yes or no. They're saying you spend the money and then we'll tell you if it's okay. So we know that, wastewater is definitely an approval for the ARPA funding. And again, it frees up our free cash. So that's why we can put some of these other town meeting warrant articles. And also we'd have a borrowing authorization for the T-ticket roof, which I explained a little while ago, for $3.7 million. So the 10-year plan and detail sheets for funding were a part of your packet that you received on Friday. The use of $7.32 million use of free cash and $1.3 million is allocated to the school, including the article for debt for the T-ticket roof. So some of the major initiatives in the 7.32 are replacing the CAD system in a station alerting system for public safety. Our CAD system isn't even really being supported anymore. And so we really need to move forward, and we've done some work on where we would want to take that, and we've looked at 2 systems. And so that's a really big capital improvement. Also, the roadway maintenance and construction, including in that is Complete Streets. And so the way that we're approaching Complete Streets organizationally is we're approaching it project by project. So when the DPW looks at, say, Kathleen Bates Road, if you will, and I think they're going to be using some Chapter 90 funds. When they design that roadway, they take the Complete Streets into account, and then it gets incorporated into this design and then gets incorporated into the project. So you don't have a separate allocation for Complete Streets because it has to be incorporated at different levels of the project. So you do see like over a $900,000 allocation to roadways. And so it's with Complete Streets in mind. And also you have some transportation engineering that has been increased, and you'll see that as well. And that money would be used when they look at certain projects for the Complete Streets component.
If we could talk about, could I just talk about that for a second?
Sure.
There's a couple of trains of thought on that. I understand your concept that you just design into a particular project, the complete streets aspect. But then there's another angle where we can consider if we had funding dedicated for complete streets planning, that would allow engineering staff or a subcontractor to be developing plans for complete streets initiatives that could be shovel ready rather than taking it on a case by case basis. Like, say, for instance, the Catherine Lee Bates that you mentioned, there's a whole nother initiative that the Bikeways and the Transportation Committee was thinking of, which would have been a separated lane or a widened bicycle lane. What we're doing right now is more of pedestrian safety for the kids to walk on the sidewalk to get, connected from the pond or the library over to the school. And that's a good thing, but it's not really the be all and end all of complete streets. It's just one aspect of it. So I really am supportive of the recommendations from the two committees that suppose that we should they recommended $200,000 with a line item for complete streets, just so that we're doing planning initiatives that are separate from individual projects. And I kind of support that. I do support that concept. And I think it's a different type of concept than one you just mentioned of individual projects with complete streets elements. So I'd like to take that up for discussion if we could, because I feel like it's something that should be considered.
I couldn't agree with you more, Doug, because it's looking forward and saying, we know we've got this ongoing problem. Let's see if we can prioritize opportunities for improving the both pedestrian and bicycle safety and motorist safety as well. And then there's the whole issue of traffic patterns throughout town. Are there areas that we really need to take a look at where the streets need to be redesigned so the flow of traffic and of course we mentioned parking, but I think it's an ongoing process. I don't think it's a matter of procuring each particular project. That part of that the certified free cash came because we didn't have the staff to spend that money on. We got the numbers on the staffing before. That's where that infusion of certified free cash is coming from, because typically municipalities, 80% of the cost of their running from year to year is staffing.
Right. So any other thoughts from other board members about this sort of a conflicting concept, I think, with staff concept versus committee concept?
I think it'd be worth discussing more, because I personally don't think I quite understand what the committees have recommended. Or maybe I just need to do my research on that, but I think it's worth putting on an agenda and having discussion about.
Okay.
It's not it's really a management issue. It's really nothing for me to.
No, I understand.
It's a discussion with Julian and Peter McConaty and making the decision that way.
Sure, absolutely.
Agreed.
Yep. So we'll take it up at another meeting, but I just want to bring that up because I think it's important.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Also, water upgrades and fresh pond well reactivation. We have some funding in there for that, which is really important. We have a water superintendent on board now. He's doing he's doing a great job, and he's starting to look at, the needs, what we need capital for. And so those are the recommendations. And also, I just wanted to mention that there's money in there for Andrews Farm building demolition, but we do understand that this is a future policy discussion for the board. But we wanted to make sure we got cost estimates and put that forward if this is, how the board wanted to move forward, the disposition of 398 Quaker Meeting House Road. So I just wanted to mention that. That was why it was, put into the capital plan. Okay. So in conclusion, we have the one-time free cash increase and then that one-time opportunity to fund, some of these major initiatives.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be happy to take more questions.
Well, I think you got most of them along the way.
Yeah. So if the board, I can take this off. Well, I'm afraid if I take this off the screen, then the whole thing will go. I'd much rather present in person. I feel like I have a better handle on it. So you'll have to excuse me in Zoom. I'm still really trying to get used to Zoom, especially with these big presentations. I get a little bit nervous with them. I'm more nervous on Zoom than I do in person. But, if it's your wish, if you could take a vote and move this on to the Finance Committee. I know Keith Schwegel's watching tonight, and they want to start on their work with, the major initiatives of the affordable housing, the police department renovation, and the Toters will be town meeting warrant articles. So the Finance Committee, but if they can start reviewing the capital plan, we won't need an article for the wastewater because that is grant funded through opera. But if the board is, in support of this plan, it would be great to, take a vote on the capital and move that over to the Finance Committee and they can start their work.
I would like to consider if we can add that line item for consideration by the Finance Committee as well for the Complete Streets Planning Initiative.
I would second that.
Any other board members feel like that's something we should add for consideration by the Finance Committee before we send it along?
I thought we were going to have more of a conversation with Julian and Peter McConnell before we did that.
Okay. Is there, Mr. Suso, is there an opportunity for us to have a conversation later in 2 weeks and still submit this to the Finance Committee, or would it be too late?
Well, I'm not sure that question is a capital budget issue. It's really the operating budget, kind of long-term kind of town planner, redevelopment planning, that sort of thing. So that probably is going to end up being there more than it is a one-time procurement.
Well, that was my opinion earlier, but Mr. Suso was of the opinion that it's a capital.
Well, no, I'm happy to comment on that if I may.
Yes, please.
Again, I still think Complete Streets is primarily project focused to be successful. However, from a standpoint of engineering design, it can be included in Public Works in their FY23 operating budget and has been in the past, but that can be better identified in the upcoming operating budget. So that can certainly be accommodated.
Okay. Do you feel like then if it were not project specific, but an ongoing planning effort, it would belong in the operating then? Is that correct?
Yes, for design engineering.
Okay.
But what about, overall planning of, development and redevelopment? I mean, there's an ongoing function, and it may not always be the Complete Streets issue, but it seems like we're missing that kind of oversight and management in our current staff.
May I comment, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
So I think the really responsible way for us to kind of dive into this is to have it as, something that we have on a meeting where we do really hear from Peter, excuse me, and kind of flesh out, from his perspective and from engineering, in terms of how they go about addressing issues around Complete Street or just projects in general, and kind of have this debate, which is somewhat budgetary, somewhat philosophical in terms of how we want to approach some of these programs long term. And so I think we do need to have some direct feedback from the folks who are the staff that we asked to implement these projects and just get a sense from them. I would feel more comfortable making decisions once we have that. And so I think we can set, and I agree. I think this doesn't have it doesn't have an easy home. And so I think we can have the discussion and maybe it becomes something that doesn't happen, for this particular capital plan, but going forward, either in operating or however it looks like it best is situated.
All right. So we'll take that up as an agenda item for discussion. And maybe that can happen in 2 weeks. We'll see. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
About what we're about to vote on. One of the items that Jennifer has presented to us is $4 million going to affordable housing. And so if we take a vote, are we voting to approve that become a warrant article?
Not yet. We're voting to send it on to the Finance Committee and get their recommendations. And then I guess we'll vote it to go to town meeting. Is that the correct procedure, Mr. Suso?
Yep. I just, because there's different funding initiatives, I would like to get the overall approval of the board. And so how it will work is that we'll create a warrant. Once you vote the warrant articles, it will come before the board as a warrant article. And then once the board votes the warrant articles, then the warrant articles get sent to the finance committee. But I wanted to convey the whole picture of the capital, and that's why I presented it tonight. So that would be, so you voting tonight, I will give the 7.32 million capital plan to the finance committee. They know about the other articles, but you'll actually vote on those when I don't know what it is on your calendar, you'll actually vote those on the warrant. We'll create warrant articles for those.
It's actually on tonight, I think. Right?
No.
Be
Oh,
further along.
Okay. All right.
And then just for folks to recall that at the end of the day, we vote the articles on, and then anything to do with money, the finance committee is going to vote their recommendation. So ultimately, it is the recommendation of finance committee, although we vote to put those articles on the warrant before them. So this is kind of the first step. This is just really handing it to them early so they can start to look at it. And I think that's the earlier they get it, the better. And they might have feedback. I know Keith is watching tonight, and probably many other members of finance committee. They may also have thoughts and feedback about some of the issues that the board has raised that they've discussed tonight. And so I think that's helpful to get it to them as soon as possible.
And one thing I just want to mention, if there was something that I presented tonight that you all were like, no, we do not like this, then it's good to know now and not when we present the articles to be voted, further on down the line.
So to clarify, the reason I'm asking about that particular one is because we received an email from Julian, town manager, a couple of weeks ago about appropriating $3 million. Your presentation says 4, but I also know we're going to have discussion about the suggestions the recommendations from the Affordable Housing Committee. And so I did not want to vote on appropriating the 4 million without us having discussed the Affordable Housing Committee recommendations first, because while I think they work in parallel, the timing of this might make one of these articles not work, or make them both not work if there's a 4 million and then a separate 1 million. So that's why I just want to be clear.
Yeah, and let me just respond to that. Technically, because I'm going to be here for the discussion on the warrant articles for town meeting from the Affordable Housing Committee. So technically, we're proposing, Julian's email said 3+ million. So we're proposing 4 million. So the Affordable Housing Committee, it's the same exact article, but they're proposing 1. What I'm saying is we wouldn't be able to do 5. So you wouldn't have 2 same exact wording of the articles. You wouldn't have like a 3 million and then a million. You just combine it into 1. It doesn't do anything different. It's transferring it into the Affordable Housing Fund. We can discuss it in the next, in the next agenda item. But yeah, we wouldn't want to we can't put 5 million in there. We could probably do 4, because their funding source was free cash as well. It wasn't another funding source for that first article, for article number 1.
And so how do we go from 3 to 4?
Because when I was looking at the free cash, we did talk about 3+, so we wanted to put the 4 million in, and I think when there was preliminary discussions with the Affordable Housing Committee, I think it was said that we didn't, if we do the 4, you don't need that 1. So
I think the original thinking
it's whatever it's all whatever you all want to do. So from a funding perspective, I would say so. We can do from free cash. I'm just looking at it as funding. I'm not looking at it. We could do 4 million from free cash this year.
It's a one-time thing. I think there was a misunderstanding that they thought they were recommending it just be an annual policy that we continue to put $1 million every year. So the 3 or 4 is great for one time, but we're going to still have to continue to fund it every year.
Right. And we would have to go back next year and vote that again. So we can't vote tonight. Okay, every year we want to vote $1 million in free cash. It has to come back every year. You can't bind a future board to appropriations.
Right. But I think that's the intent.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah.
Nancy?
But right now you're saying that we can put $4 million into affordable housing from free cash. So my question is, I go right back to, do we need, their Article 1? Because if that is the understanding that it's for every year, then Jennifer just explained why we can't do that. But I'm thrilled that we can actually put $4 million into affordable housing right now. I think that's amazing.
Yeah, it's good. Lucky for us.
I feel like I still have a few more questions about this discussion, but perhaps they should wait until the next agenda item.
All right. I just have one more. Jennifer, if I could, I noticed as we're looking at the long range plan, I certainly know what it is. Just a couple of things in the public works where we have 46 million or 64 million. Those are sewering projects. I just don't know if you want to just touch on that while we're talking about the long range planning.
Yeah, I did touch on that and as part of the capital facility plan.
Right.
Amy put it in here, but it is part of the capital facility plan I discussed earlier. So that will be part of the debt drop off, part of that graph.
Right.
So we will be funding that, and we'll be asking for funding for the 20 million for the upgrades to the wastewater treatment plant in April and May. And
Yeah.
then I think we have to discuss this because we have to design, but we'll probably for the soaring, probably go into town meeting right now, will be April of 2024.
Right. And before that, we'll probably have to discuss whether or not we want to go with an outfall or a land disbursement system.
Yep, we'll be looking at all that.
That'll be a big, so if we decide to vote for the outfall, that's more like 60 million just for the one thing. So that would change our budget projections significantly.
Well, I have 60 million in the capital facility plan.
But I think that was originally recommended by the wastewater plan review committee, or the water quality committee, excuse me, for the sewer project and just disbursement at the Allen parcel.
Yeah, the specifics, I won't be able to answer that. I know I'm
Right.
carrying 60 million in the capital facility plan for the soaring and
Right.
20 million or 19 million for the plant. It might go up to 20.
Okay, I'm
But the
just saying.
specifics of treatment and where it's going, you really need to talk to, our wastewater superintendent.
Absolutely. But that could have a big impact on our budget if we make different choices. All right. Anything else you want to share with us, or at the end of that?
No, wait, so are you all set for me to send this over to the finance committee?
I believe so. Would you like us to vote it?
I move that we refer this to the finance committee.
Is there a
Thank you.
second? Is there a second?
I'll second.
And all those in favor then, Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, aye.
Ms. Scott Price,
Scott Price, I still am not understanding the 4 million affordable housing. So and I apologize. I don't mean to drag this out, and I think we're going to discuss it more. But without completely understanding how that's going to work with these affordable housing committee recommendations, I'm going to vote nay.
okay, well, we can discuss it more if you feel like there's something else you want to know.
But I I think that the questions that I have we're going to need some input from the Affordable Housing Committee. And so I think it's appropriate to talk about them in the next agenda item.
Right. In retrospect, I wish I had these other items first, the strategic plan and the Affordable Housing Committee before we did the budget, but oh well. Okay, if that's what you feel, then that's your vote. And then Miss English Braga?
English Braga, aye.
And Brown, aye. Thank you. And so we'll move on now to the discussion of proposed warrant articles for the Affordable Housing Committee.
And I just want to let Justin know I'm staying on
Okay.
for the next discussion.
And we would like to also add Wayne Langenheimer to the Langenfelter, excuse me, to be a panelist.
Good evening. Thank you, Chairman Brown.
Thank you. Would you like to start off by introducing yourself and sharing what you've done for preparing for this?
I'd be happy to. I'm here on behalf of the Affordable Housing Committee. You might recall that I presented our draft report back in July, and the committee asked me to just speak briefly tonight before you gave consideration to the articles that were just discussed. We did distribute, I'm sure all of you seen the final version of that report was distributed to you by Ed Curley, who of course is our chairman and is on the call tonight. We distributed that final report on Friday. I'm certainly not going to go through that report in any detail tonight. That's not the purpose of the call. I would just point out that one of the changes we made that I think was important between the original draft you saw and the final that we issued was we created a phasing for the different funding enhancement programs that we identified. We did that as a result of the feedback that we got, including quite a bit of feedback from the town administration. So we're pleased that you're going to be considering these 3 articles that were part of our first phase. We also recognize, and as I think you do, that unfortunately the Affordable Housing Committee works at the behest of the Select Board, which means we don't have standing with town meeting. And therefore, we do think that it's a very critical step that you're taking to consider these articles and hopefully vote on them and recommend passage at the November town meeting. Frankly, we're just simply not prepared to be that petitioner. And so we're hoping that when we get through this evening, you'll be able to step into that role for us. Certainly understand that we're prepared as a committee to stand up and do whatever's required to help with the passing of that, whether it's sending information to town meeting members, appearing at precinct meetings. The committee is fully engaged and stands at the ready to contribute in any way that we can. There's been a bit of discussion you just touched on with the discussion of free cash. Obviously, that was news to us. It's exciting to hear about the $4 million that Jennifer touched on. That's a significant amount and certainly something that'll make a difference to the housing crisis. But I think the point that we would like to make, and I think it's important to have this out there, is that what we've put forward, while we did put $1 million into our plan as a general fund contribution, really everything that we've done is to look at sustainable and ongoing revenue and funding sources for affordable housing, because I think we all know this is a crisis that's with us today, but it's not going to be going away quickly. So the $4 million is a great place to start. As you know from reading the report, the current subsidy rate is roughly $100,000 per unit. So that represents 40 units of affordable housing. You'll also remember that the current recommendation is for there to be 74 affordable housing units constructed each year in Falmouth under the current housing production plan. And I think it was interesting, Sam Patterson penned an article that was in the Enterprise this week that I think pointed to some 400 units that were short from a state housing standpoint. So that $4 million represents almost 10% of that, but we still have a very long way to go. And I think the committee's vision is that we put ongoing and sustainable and reoccurring funding sources in place. So I guess I would just say with that, we did get around, as we told you we would in July. We got around and we spoke to a number of different community organizations. And much like you did, who I think we were very pleased with the initial response we got to our report, we had very favorable response from the various folks that we met with. That included the EDIC. You saw that the solar revenue has been added to that, which was something that came out of that meeting. The Chamber of Commerce is a very big supporter of this because they recognize the importance of workforce housing for their businesses. We all appreciate that the workforce housing and the impact on healthcare workers and fire and police and our service industry is absolutely critical. And the way that affects our senior population and their dependence on the service sector is very critical. I reflect back on I went back and took a look at the meeting that we had in July, and Select Board member English Braga said in July that the affordable housing crisis is impacting and changing the quality of Falmouth. And we certainly believe that, and we hope that you'll be able to adopt these articles as your own and carry those with a recommendation to the November town meeting. So thank you.
So I'll entertain questions from the board first, if there are any.
Yes, I have a question. So, Wayne, you mentioned that, and there's a note on this recommendation that this Article 1 would be redundant if we decide to move forward with the 3 million plus that we now know is 4 million. But you mentioned that this is relatively new information to you. And so my question is, I know our housing coordinator is on the Affordable Housing Committee. So did she not pass that information on to the Affordable Housing Committee, or was she not aware that there was going to be this article proposed by the town?
We were made aware, and I can't frankly tell you who made us aware of it initially. Obviously, Carla was aware of it, but we became aware that the town administration was considering a fairly significant contribution, but we never really got any of the details on that, quite honestly. We decided that we recognize, I think Jennifer made a comment in her presentation, we recognize that we cannot submit an article for a multiple year request. And so while the report calls for a reoccurring $1 million contribution by the town, the article does not reflect that because we were advised that was not allowable. So there is a bit of a distinction there. We didn't know exactly what form the town was going to be bringing their article, or in this case, I guess it's more of the first step is to bring it as part of your budget approval. And so we wanted to make sure that we had our bases covered. And again, because we view this as something that ultimately becomes reoccurring, we felt it was important to keep it on the list. Even though we knew that there was the potential for another, not really competing, but another significant contribution on the town's part. One of the things that we heard quite clearly in the meetings we had was the importance that the town needed to step up to affordable housing and that there should be a bigger contribution. So I give the town administration credit for their budget proposal.
So my follow-up question is do you think that we are now competing with your suggested article, and is that going to impact the Affordable Housing Committee's recommendation for us to put this $1 million on every year?
Well, I don't view it as competition. I think the other two are clearly unique and distinct, and those are reoccurring, and I think that's fairly clear, and I would assume that everybody sees that. It was our intent to come back in April and ask for this to become a kind of a reoccurring budget to the extent that any budget line is reoccurring, recognizing it has to be appropriated each year. So I don't think that I view it as competing, Angie. I think I view it as complementary. If it moved from the initial number that we were made aware of a week or so ago of 3 million to 4 million, because it's an acknowledgement that we were going to be putting an article in for $1 million, then I thank the town administration for that consideration. But this crisis is just simply not going to go away in 12 months, and we will be back in one form or another asking for your consideration on this kind of funding.
Thank you, Wayne. Mr. Suso, can you just explain how this is going to play out? To me, the simplest thing to do would be to just scratch out the 1 and put a 4 on this Article 1 and just continue on. Is there a different process in mind that you have?
Well, we already have an article drafted up through town council for the $4 million amount, and it's essentially identical to what's here.
Okay.
That's already in the works.
And actually, the article that's been submitted through the Affordable Housing Committee doesn't state the source of the funding, so it actually lacks an important element in there.
Need some fine tuning.
So it's probably better to be superseded by what the town manager and the finance director are proposing.
I totally agree with you, Sam. And we also know that it won't be able to go to 5 million. So I think taking the one that Julian put together with Jennifer and town council is the way to go. And I would remove the first article.
Okay. So you want to vote that? You want to make
I'll
that
second
motion? Okay, all those in favor, Mr. Patterson? The
Patterson,
motion
aye.
is to remove Article 1 because it's already been done in another article by the town.
Well,
Yes, and just replacing it with the town article. I just want to be clear about that.
for $4 million.
For $4 million, right?
I
Okay,
definitely second that.
all right, all those in favor, Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, I.
Ms. Scott Price,
Price, aye.
Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Ms. English Braga.
English Braga, aye.
That one's done. Article 2, to see if the town will vote to increase the existing hotel motel short-term rental tax from the current 5% level to the state maximum allowed 6% level, said 1% additional funds to be designated upon receipt from the Commonwealth as to the affordable housing or to the Affordable Housing Fund to be expended in accordance with the guidance for the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund under the jurisdiction of the trustees of the fund, or to do or take any other action on this matter. First of all, is there any problem with the language? Ms. Mullen?
Yes, I just wanted to mention that I just saw this today. I might have got it in an email, but the final wording that you all got. So moving the hotel motel rental tax from 5 to 6% is fine. But you can't in an article say we want that money to go to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. That would take special legislation. So it doesn't, so when the money comes in, it doesn't automatically be diverted to the fund. So the article should remove that language because it's in violation of state law, which the money has to go into the general fund. What we could do is, well, first of all, you want to increase that tax, right? And so then we look at the amount of money, and then we'd have to do a separate article at a later date to appropriate that money into the fund, and we'd have to do that annually. And it's the same thing with Article 3. You can impose that tax, but it states in the wording to be put into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and we can't do that. That would have to be a separate article at a later date once that has been accepted, because when you increase those taxes, you will have a date certain you want to do it. And so then after you adopt that as a local option, and we know what the date is, and then we can look back and do an estimate and do another article, another town meeting, and then actually put the money in to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and that we'll have to do that annually. We do the same thing with the Capital Stabilization Fund. You'll notice there's a separate article every year where we appropriate money, and so this will have to follow that type of route.
Lingenfelter?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Brown. We were made aware of the technical issue that Jennifer just raised, and I'm certainly not the expert here, but I guess I would like to just point out we used language to say designate, which is different than actually allocate the money, because we understand that the process doesn't allow a firm allocation or appropriation at this point. But we did think it was important to recognize that if we're going to increase this, that we want it to be designated for affordable housing. So the language was reviewed by Mr. Duffy, and I can't speak to the specifics of that, but he offered the guidance to get us to where we are tonight. And maybe he'll want to take another look at it after Jennifer's comments, but the designation is what was important to us.
Okay.
I would suggest that that we motion to what we approve the way that it's written, and just ask the town council look at it again, because there are notes that say that this input is excuse me, the input is included from town council already with the specific language. And I think that it's really important that if we put an article on the warrant, that people know this is not just for the sake of increasing taxes. This is increasing taxes to fund something that we designate is important to our town. So I think it's important for that language to be in there. And if we find out that that town council says we have to take it out or we have to reword it or something, then I think we take that up.
Okay.
But I would say that I couldn't vote that way. I would want town council to tell me that that's right before I would vote it, and then and change it if it needed to be, but I wouldn't be willing to vote it and then wait for a change.
Can I say, but as far as this process is concerned, what we're doing is submitting an article with a certain, if you will, proposed draft language. This is going to come back to us, and we have the opportunity to amend it based on advice from council. We also have the opportunity to amend it on town meeting floor. So I think the important thing is to get the gist of what this is all about, and the fact that this is creating a revenue stream and designating it for affordable housing, knowing full well that there's going to be an annual process of allocating it to the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund.
Yes, Ms. Mullen?
Yes, I'll talk to Frank about that. Frank might have came up with the designate in the article. There's just two things I just want to mention is when we bring this to town meeting, we want to make sure that town meeting knows what they're voting on, right? They say we want to know what we're voting on and what is actually going to happen with that action. So that town meeting vote, that action is to increase the tax. And I just want to remind everybody that we do have lengthy explanations in the town meeting warrant booklet. So I'll talk to Frank about that, but in the explanation, we can say that it's a policy adopted by the select board that this increase in tax will be designated to the Affordable Housing Fund and to be appropriated yearly at the April town meeting. And you can do that in the explanation because it's really going to be a policy of the board.
I'd be far more comfortable with that than it being in the actual written article. I'd like it in the explanation.
Okay. Well, as Sam said, this details can be worked out and it will be coming back to us. So does that resolve your concerns, Nancy?
Yes.
Okay.
If it's in the explanation.
All right. So then we'll take a vote on Article 2. Is there a motion to approve Article 2 as written?
I move that we submit Article 2 as a select board article.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll probably second.
Right.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
Do we, Julian, do we have to vote this tonight for our timeline to make it is tonight the last time that we can vote this? I don't think it is. So in other words, I think we've had the conversation. I know we can change it on town meeting floor, but that's always messy. And if we really, I just think if we want an article to be successful, we should give it the best chance of being successful. So if there's a little bit of time to just get that clarification from Frank, I would love to do that. Just have the right wording. I know we'll do the explanation later, but for the actual article that we don't need to go back and amend it and take things out. So I don't want to jeopardize this, but.
My motion is not as printed. I understand that there can be some vetting and some language changes between now and when we review it to decide whether we want to recommend it or indefinitely postpone it. Yeah.
Any more comments or concerns? Yes, Ms. Mullen?
Yeah, you'll take this article up, the exact wording of it, when we present all the articles to the board at once. I believe it will be in September. I don't have that calendar in front of me.
Yeah,
take it up then. If you wanted to take it up again separately, that's up to you. All you do that before that, but that's when you vote the articles on the warrant.
I'm okay. I want to move it forward. I just want to be clear that my preference is for us to rework the language so that it has the best chance of success at town meeting. That's all.
We'll do that with Frank. I assure you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so Mr. Patterson's motion is to move it forward as written for now to be revised as needed, I think is the gist of it.
Works for me.
Second from Ms. Scott-Price. So we'll take a vote now. Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Ms. Scott-Price?
Scott-Price, aye.
Ms. English-Braga?
English-Braga, aye.
And Brown, aye. And then Article 3, to see if the town will vote to adopt current state legislation and enable a community impact fee of 3% to be added to certain short-term rentals in Falmouth. to be collected by the Commonwealth along with other short-term rental taxes, and that all funds raised by this new 3% fee shall be designated to the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund to be expended in accordance with the guidelines for the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund under the jurisdiction of the trustees of the fund, or to take any other action on this matter. And I'll read the recommendation on this one. I didn't do that before, but I think I should with this one. That the town meeting vote to approve Article 3 as printed. State legislation already exists enabling this community impact fee to be levied by towns that wish to do so. It applies only if an operator has more than one property in the town that is available for short-term rental. As with Article 2, input from the town council indicates that these new funds must first be deposited in the town's general fund, then be moved to the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund, which requires specific authorization each year by town meeting. So I just want to start this by commenting on something that's probably not relevant to this, but in respect to a note that we got from the Realtors Association. I don't know if everybody else saw that. I think they were under the impression that you were going to do a property transaction transfer fee, and that I don't see that in any of these. So I'm just speaking to the public now to reassure the Realtors Association this is the last one that we're talking about here tonight. Is that correct, Mr. Lingenfelter?
Yes, it is. That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So Article 3, any more comments or any new comments on Article 3, I should say? Does everyone feel comfortable with it? Is there a motion to move it forward?
So move.
Scott Price, second.
All right. Any other discussion? I'm curious how they'll determine owners of more than one property to target with the tax. That'll be something we'll have to work out, I guess.
If the assessor's office would find that, would figure that out.
If they're designated as rentals, I guess. Okay. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Ms. Scott Price?
Scott Price, aye.
Ms. English Braga?
English Braga, aye.
And Brown, aye.
I just want to thank Wayne and Angie and the Affordable Housing Committee for doing that white paper to identify all, options for subsidizing additional affordable housing. And a lot of work. And thanks to the staff for helping us see this thing through and get it right before it gets to town meeting.
Nobody likes taxes, but in this case, it's one that I think doesn't hurt too bad. And the Airbnbs and the short-term rentals seem as popular as ever. We put 13.5% interest on it. Hasn't slowed down a bit. So I think this is a good plan. I appreciate it.
On behalf of the Affordable Housing Committee, I just would like to thank the Select Board for stepping up to the articles that we've put forward, and we look forward to continuing to engage with you on the affordable housing crisis.
Well, thank you for your work. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Wayne.
Bye-bye. Thanks, Angie.
The next item on our agenda is five-year strategic. Oh, no, excuse me. We got an interview vote. We should have put this on earlier. I should have looked at this agenda more carefully. These poor folks have been waiting. It's 9:43.
I wanted to thank Jennifer for her presentation, but I think she already got bumped off. But I thought she did an excellent job.
She always does.
Yes, indeed.
So interview, vote, and appoint committee members, 5 minutes each. First is Falmouth Housing Authority Tenant Board Member, and we're going to interview Kathleen Haynes, Marianne D. Keevens, Deborah Cotton.
She won't be there.
Yeah, she can't participate. She was feeling ill.
I think ill. Yeah.
Who was that?
Marianne Keevens.
Okay.
A holdover if we chose.
Okay. And then Deborah Cotton and Stephen McDonald. So not sure if all those folks are present, but if they are, they could be promoted to panelists, please, to be interviewed. Some of them we already did, right? Did we do?
Not of that group.
Oh, okay, not of that group. So, Kathleen, welcome.
You're muted.
I realized that after I said hi.
Hi.
All these little technical things you'd think I'd know by now.
So tell us why you want to be on the tenant board.
Well, because I think all tenants affected by HUD should have equal representation, and that means the elderly, the disabled, people who live in private housing, all deserve representation. And on top of that, being chairperson of the Housing Commission on Disabilities, I would like to be able to learn through the Mel King Institute more about housing and how to bring that to the Housing Commission on Disabilities and our interest in disability housing. It's well known workforce housing is very important. Elderly housing is very important, but in the housing production plan, it also said disability housing is extremely important. It's a real need. And so the Disability Commission has taken on housing and had the first housing roundtable in Falmouth, and is a representation for all people on the housing board. It'd be great to tie in all that and be able to be a representation for everybody, but also be able to learn about housing in general through Mel King Institute, which is a part of the Housing Authority. Get my drift?
Yes.
But I think it's really important that all people have representation. And I don't think that's been the case in the past. That I know people in private housing have never had representation. Disabled house representation has been iffy. And the elderly, I don't think have actually ever had real representation on the housing board. So that's my main reason.
Okay. Thank you for that. Any other questions from the board? Okay. Well, thank you, Kathleen. We've got a couple more interviews to do, and then we'll take it up. Did you have any more comments you want to make, or we'll move on to the next applicant?
I'm fine.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And next we have, so Marianne is not available. Deborah Cotton, is Deborah Cotton available?
I don't see a Deborah Cotton in the attendees list.
All right. How about Stephen McDonald?
I also don't see a Stephen McDonald.
If you recall, we were told that a lot of these folks did not have the capability for Zoom. We had this conversation when we were doing this before. We talked about trying to get them the phone number to call in.
That's a bit of a problem because the group has been meeting by Zoom.
Yeah.
This is part of the challenge to be able to do this job, I think, right now at least. Of course, that'll change eventually. That's the current concern.
Well, Megan, that was my understanding that actually the Housing Authority facility does not have adequate Wi-Fi in it to host a Zoom meeting. So we're talking about people that really don't have the capability to do Zoom conferencing right now. So,
right.
That's concerned.
Yeah, it's not very fair, I think. And I'm not sure it allows us to pick the right person. So maybe we should wait for when we actually have an in-person meeting and these folks can attend.
Well, you mean put it over to our next meeting and these folks could attend to finish the interviews?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I
would just, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, given what we just learned from Mr. Patterson, that might be appropriate.
Yeah, I would say that we talked about this at the last meeting, and I did feel that it wasn't, we had talked about maybe trying to get them the phone number. I don't feel it's fair if we're using a platform that lots of folks, and I understand maybe that group is using Zoom, but if we're looking for a broad range of input, we're cutting out folks that might have some really valuable insight for this committee.
Yes, Kathleen, do you want to speak?
I just want to reiterate that Housing Authority is also meeting by Zoom. So that could be impact that. And not that I'm trying to bias anybody, but the same problem might occur because right now the Housing Authority has been meeting by Zoom.
Right.
So that was just my input.
Yeah, but the housing authority is the board, and they're not residents, right? So
Everybody who's applying has to be a tenant.
yes, but my point is the rest of the board are all board members that don't live in the housing authority facility and probably have much better broadband.
Yeah, I think what Kathleen is
We
saying
all live in
is
housing.
Yeah, I think what Kathleen is saying is that for the individuals who aren't able to get on Zoom, that might be hard for them to be on the committee, I think is what she's saying, right, Kathleen?
Yeah.
Right. I'm just saying that we are all tenants of the Housing Authority.
Yeah.
And we have to be able to access the Housing Authority meetings, which are by Zoom. That's all. I'm just letting you know that they are meeting by Zoom as well and have been for a while.
Gotcha.
So really, it's a requirement of this committee member to be able to do that. And so Kathleen, you're on the housing internet, and it seemed to be working for you, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm in private housing.
She's
and
in
I
private,
have
she's in
to-
it, yeah.
Oh,
She's in different
excuse me.
housing.
Okay.
But
So-
I'm just saying, if you're in the Housing Authority housing and you can't access the meetings because you don't have Zoom, what does that do for them? Because that puts them as a disadvantage as a tenant representative. I'm
Right.
not trying to.
So, Mr. Brown,
Yes, ma'am.
I would just suggest that if we're going to be in person at our next meeting, that we give one last opportunity. One of the things we can ask the individuals when they're there is, do you have the ability, if someone assists you, helps you set it up, or somehow to be on Zoom, so that these folks who put their applications in, including Miss Kevens, who is ill tonight, have an opportunity to interview with us, and then we can make our decision.
Very well. I guess I agree with that. Well, that's what we'll do. If that's okay with the rest of the board. All right. We'll push that off to the next meeting. Thank you, Kathleen. Sorry, we're not going to be able to decide tonight, but we're going to take it up again, and you can attend at the next meeting, or you don't probably need to if you've already interviewed here today. So I'll leave that up to you to decide. Okay, that's unfortunate. Is Megan Lino on the line? We could consider Commission on
I do
Disability
see her.
appointment.
Yep, I see her online. Even though I'm going to automatically move her approval because Megan Lino is amazing, and I'm so excited that she is applying for this committee. I think she's just going to bring so much to it, and has already been really, a role model for a lot of folks in our town. So
And I would second your motion. I totally agree.
By the time she gets on, she'll be already appointed.
Hey, Megan.
Welcome,
Hi,
Megan.
Megan.
Hello. They kicked me out and kicked me back in, so I don't know what
happens.
Well, you've got 2 endorsements and a nomination and a second already without even showing up. That's pretty good.
Oh, that's cool.
So you want to tell us a little bit about why you want to be on to the Commission on Disabilities?
So I would like to be a member on Commission on Disabilities to help advocate for other people with disabilities in the town of Falmouth, and try to get projects done to help the disabled in the town of Falmouth.
That sounds like a reasonable reason to want to be on there. And we already have a motion and a second. We're about to vote, Jan.
Well, we need to pick the term, so
Yeah.
ending when.
I was going to
Maybe-
ask, Megan, would you be willing to do the term that ends in 2024?
Yes.
Okay, so I would amend my motion to be the term that ends 6/30/2024 for Megan Lino to the Commission on Disabilities.
I'll second.
All those in favor, Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, I.
Ms. Scott Price,
Scott Price, aye.
Ms. English Braga,
English Braga, aye.
and Brown, aye. Thank you, Megan. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you very
Megan.
much.
Thank you, Megan.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Cultural Council. Eileen Carnell, Carrie Fredkin, and Marlene Bone. I hope I said those names correctly. So let's start with Eileen.
Good evening.
Good evening. What's your motivation for being on the Cultural Council?
I'd like to carry a sign off Lawrence Island with you again.
Okay, that was cultural.
That was cultural. We kept something preserved, right?
That's right.
I've served on a cultural council before in Lawrence, Massachusetts, and I found it very rewarding to help distribute local money to other artists. But in Falmouth, I believe that we have a greater need to distribute to interpretive sciences and culture beyond the arts. And I look forward to reviewing grants. As a former grant writer, I think I have some expertise in review of grants. And I've also been a recipient of a Falmouth grant last year for from the Cultural Council. So I look forward to giving back to the community.
Excellent.
Great. I would move approval of Eileen Carnow for Cultural Council for a period ending. I just lost my sheet. Here it is. Would you be willing to do the period that ends 6/30/2024 rather than one that ends in less than a year?
Whatever is the greatest need.
Okay, that would be my motion, Mr. Chair.
Second, before she changes her mind.
Yeah.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Scott Price,
Scott Price, aye.
Ms. English Braga,
English Braga, aye.
Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, I.
and Brown, aye. Thank you, Eileen. We look forward to having you work on that.
Thank you.
And next we have Carrie Fredkin. Did I say that correctly? Welcome.
Thank you.
And I see you've got some cultural items in the background.
I'm an artist. Those are not my paintings. They're paintings of friends of mine.
Okay.
I collect my friends' art. Yes. I've been an artist all my life and a teacher, and I'm also a graphic designer. So I thought these skills would complement the skill set of everybody else on the committee, and I can help out reviewing applications and understanding what's going on, and promote not just the arts but science too. I'm married to a scientist, so I've got that background.
Excellent.
And I see your VIPS volunteer, and one of your references is Penny Doobie. So anyone who has a reference for Penny Doobie is good with me, because she, I know that she and some of these folks who applied actually were some of the individuals who've done some really beneficial work for our community. So thank you.
I was one of the founders of the Master Falmouth group.
Yes.
Did you say ending June 20th, 2024?
I was going to motion that. I wasn't even going to ask. I was just going to motion to appoint Carrie Fredkin to a position term ending June 30th, 2024.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor by roll call, Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Scott Price,
Scott Price, aye.
Ms. English Braga,
English Braga, aye.
and Ms. Taylor,
Taylor, I.
and Brown, aye.
Great, thank you.
You're appointed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
Yes, ma'am. And next we have Marlene Bone. Is that correct?
I don't
Is Marlene here this evening?
I don't see her unless I'm missing it.
Okay.
I don't see her either.
Given, Mr. Chair, and
Yes,
unless
ma'am.
the board objects, given that this committee has been really so short numbered for a while. Oh wait, I see a David Bone. Oh, she's raising her hand, so maybe that's her.
Okay.
Could we maybe promote David Bone? There we go.
Probably an alias.
There she is.
Good evening.
Welcome. Can you
So
share with us?
you would like to know why I would like to be on the Cultural Council.
Yes, please.
I think it's important that we provide grants to a wide, diverse group of people, and provide grants that will benefit a wide, diverse group of people. Because of that, I think that it's important that we provide access to the arts and access to the sciences to underserved populations. And that has been part of my life's work, and I'd like to continue it as a volunteer on the Cultural Council in Falmouth.
Right.
I should have asked this sooner. How does the Cultural Council receive grants?
The Cultural Council is provided money from the state to then give grants. But, and this is just a plug, we wouldn't mind if the town of Falmouth might want to send some money along our way as well.
Okay.
And what happens in the process is, and it's happening right now, is there will be a 6-week window where people can apply for grants. The grants are then reviewed. They're usually between $250 and $750 because the state this year gave us $7,300 to provide grants. So last year, I think there were 25 or 30 grants given. And this year, because of COVID, unfortunately, there's a big need for operating funds for artists. It's been a difficult year because people haven't been able to go to venues, and trying to find ways to get your art out there has been a challenge. And so I'm looking forward to working with the community to overcome those challenges.
Excellent.
Wonderful.
Sounds like we got the right person on the job.
I would move approval for a period ending 6/30/2024 for Marlene Bone.
Is
it
there
Bone?
still another slot for that date?
Yes, there were 4 of them. Yep.
There's 2 more. Second,
Okay.
Patterson.
There was 4 for the same date?
Yes.
4 openings.
And
Well,
one,
yeah,
five
there's 5
total
openings,
openings
but
for the committee, but 4 with the same end date.
Okay, very well. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Scott Price?
Scott Price, aye.
Ms. English Braga?
English Braga, aye.
And Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
And Brown, aye. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you,
Thank you,
all.
Marlene. Thank you.
Don't forget my plug for funds.
We won't.
Okay. Okay, next we have Zoning Board of Appeals. We have 3 applicants for 2 alternate positions. Gerald Patamus, D. Scott Peterson, and Suzanne Murphy. I see Mr. Peterson here. I just have to disclose that I've known Mr. Peterson all my life, and I've framed a couple of houses for him, but we don't have any business together right now, and I have no financial ties to Mr. Peterson. So he's a good man, but just a friend.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Would you like me to go, Doug?
Well, let's see.
Mr. Chairman?
We have Mr. Patamus on the list first, so let's
Okay.
hear from him first. I see he's here. Welcome, Mr. Patamus. How are you?
Good, thank you. I have nothing to add since I was before the board not too long ago. And I guess you know the good, the bad, and the ugly about me. So just remember the good.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Speaking of that, we just got a note today from the chair saying, just please keep in mind all they're developing a handbook for being on the committee with all the rules. Have you been reviewing that with them?
No, I'm not on the board presently. I know we do have a set of procedures that we discussed at a meeting several years ago, like policy procedures. I think the intent of the board was to clarify that, to make the meetings more effective and more streamlined. I shouldn't speak for the chair, but
right.
I know that sometimes the meetings can go on for a long time.
Also, there was other stuff for, consideration by board members of actions outside the meeting and attending other meetings and commenting on board positions and so forth. So it's interesting that they're coming up with it, but it's in a draft form, so I don't know how we can really apply it to today's conversation. So
I think, from what I understand, and I know the hour is late, I think the selectmen probably have something very, very similar, or the IG, or the Inspector General has similar on conflict of interest and things like that. But I haven't seen it, so I'm not sure what the chair is concerned with.
Okay. So any questions for Mr. Patamas from anybody on the board?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Jerry.
Thank you.
And next we'll have Mr. D. Scott Peterson to his first foray into zoning board application. Mr. Peterson, what do you think about zoning board? What's your motivation?
Thank you for having me this evening. I'm a lifelong resident of Falmouth. My father and my family, the Peterson family, were developers here in Falmouth years ago. So I kind of grew up in that business and the process and understood the siting aspects and things like that. I went on, as you mentioned, Chairman, that I built 5 or 6 homes back in the 80s. Left that kind of a process and moved into the energy from waste facility development, transfer stations and landfills, where I resided for about 30 years, quite honestly. So I think my background in the process, both legal, siting, permitting, understanding DEP, EPA restrictions, timelines, costs, I think I can bring a balanced kind of overview of the process and help the ZBA committee to assess the processes and the opportunities that will come before the board. So I think that that's really it. As far as why now, I think that the fundamentals for me, as I mentioned, I had 18 energy from waste facilities around the United States and 4 landfills. I just couldn't help the town at that time. So I retired on June 30th, and I'm hoping now that with the time in my work history, that I'd be a benefit to the ZBA.
All right. Thank you very much. Questions from the board for Mr. Peterson? I guess you explained it well.
Yes, you did. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
And Miss Suzanne Murphy, welcome. Oh, you still have the mute on.
Sorry. Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
I'm new to Falmouth. I have been here for years working, but I'm new to full-time residency. I grew up in Walpole, Mass. I was on the zoning board for 24 years. I just left. I chaired, I think 8, could have been more. I did planning board 3 years. I just have some expertise in zoning, and I saw there was 2 alternate positions, and I'd like to give back to the town. I have done many other boards in Walpole, recreation, charter review, town meeting member, I think was 34 years at that. So I've been in municipal land for a while now. So I just wanted to give back to Falmouth now that I'm here.
You certainly seem to have quite a bit of experience, so.
That I do.
Thank you for offering.
Yes.
Any questions from the board?
Well, Susan, have you attended any of our ZBA meetings?
No, I just watched in the past couple of weeks. I've watched quite a few. I watched you're struggling with the 40Bs. I just did 5 of them myself last year on Zoom, which was not easy. And I was watching your board members. Yes, I have. I think I've watched May and June. I watched, and 1 in July. Yeah.
All right. Well, it's always a difficult decision when we have 2 spots and 3 folks. So, Ms. Taylor?
It's always next year, whoever doesn't get appointed.
That's right.
I'd like to nominate Scott Peterson for the Zoning Board of Appeals, an alternate position that ends in 6/30/26.
Patterson, second.
Okay. All those in favor, Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Scott Price?
Scott Price, aye.
Ms. English Braga,
Excuse me, English Braga, aye.
and Ms. Taylor.
Taylor, I.
And I guess I'll vote for my old friend Scott. You're on, Scotty.
Thank you very much for everybody's time this evening.
All right, thank you. And what's the pleasure of the board now?
Well, Susan, thanks for your application, but I'm going to move that we appoint Jerry Thomas back onto the ZBA as an alternate for a position ending June 30th of 2024.
Is there a second?
I would second that. Oh, excuse me.
Okay, all those in favor then, Mr. Patterson,
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Scott Price,
Scott Price, aye.
Ms. English Braga,
English Braga, aye.
Ms. Taylor,
Ms. Taylor, nay.
and Brown. I would have to say I'm kind of holding out for Ms. Murphy, but it looks like you got 3 votes already, Jerry, so you're on.
But I would just say that I really hope Miss Murphy keeps an eye out because the spots do open up.
Yeah.
And when I look at her resume, it's extensive. And so now that you are, here with us full time, I really, this is a board that's had a lot of movement around some of these positions. And so I really hope you keep your eyes out for when openings come up, because I think your level of experience is really significant. And so, it often is the case where the first time out, it doesn't work out, but I really hope that you keep your eye on it, because you do, 24 years of being on another ZBA. It's kind of nice to get that input from other communities and how they've done things as well.
And could give you a little bit of time to kind of figure out what the objections are typically to the projects that come before the ZBA here in Falmouth. May be different from Walpole. So, but I hope you will stand by and pick up an opportunity when it comes up, when it opens up.
Thank you.
Certainly hope you won't be discouraged. I'm sorry. I certainly respect your resume here.
Yep.
Okay, well, thank you very much. That's it for appointments. So thank you folks for coming in. And then the next is vote to adopt this 5-year strategic plan.
Well, I'm struggling with the fact that in our strategic plan, we didn't really talk about the importance of the AAA bond rating. And I just feel like we're just too short-term oriented, and we need to be worried about these big risks that are facing the town's citizens. And I just don't like the fact that it got inserted into this strategic plan when it wasn't something that we really discussed during our meeting. So
we did. You actually mentioned during the retreat that you were not so concerned with the AAA bond rating as much as providing service. I remember your comment.
Exactly, and yet here it is. And so I don't know. It didn't get changed. So
well,
I
thought we all agreed that.
That's my feeling, that it's 4 more of you. So
I thought that was kind of the consensus of the board, that we're at a point where, I mean, it's great that we have the AAA bond rating, but we do need to recognize that there are needs and services that are impending upon us that may affect that. Not that we want to affect that, but
yeah,
it's a possibility.
And I think we should be giving our citizens the opportunity, if they feel like it's important to invest in something, whatever it may be, that we don't just strictly stick to the fact that debt service level's got to be a certain level. Maybe people are willing to pay some more in their taxes. Much like the override referendum that allowed us to hire 8 more firefighters. I just don't want to feel like we're locked into that. Although I think it's a worthy goal, but I always remember that it's the financiers that actually award this, not the citizens. And so anyway, so it's just a tone that keeps coming up and up and up. I know Julian's proud of it and Jennifer's proud of it. But I think it keeps narrowing our focus in terms of looking at what the needs of the town are and where we should be investing in helping to address those needs.
Yes, Megan?
So I guess I would say that this has kind of been something that has touched on a couple of the topics that we had tonight. And in my mind, what Sam's talking about happens when this board creates a priority, a project, an initiative, right? So I understand what you're saying, Sam, but to me, it's, we update the strategic plan each year. And the way I see it is when we're in that place, and maybe it's next year because we're getting the coastal resiliency, final report. And maybe, that's where we talk about, is part of our strategic, policy going to be a strategic plan to look beyond that debt fall off, that sort of ceiling, because we have to make some major investments. So I hear what you're saying, and I think it's very true. I've had this conversation back when I was on the finance committee, that we can't allow ourselves to get locked into the mindset that we can never go beyond that. But I feel that that's more sort of project specific, right? So when this board or whomever is sitting on this board has that initiative and says, this is what, it's the same as with the override. That's a perfect example, because it wasn't just, let's just do this, override. It was let's enumerate all the reasons why this is necessary. Let's talk about why this is worth, going beyond and taking on that additional financial burden for the taxpayers. And then at the end of the day, the taxpayers, just as you're saying, Sam, make that decision. So I hear what you're saying, but to me, that comes into play less sort of conceptually and more very specifically for what we want to do with some big investments. It might be the wastewater. It might, I know Jennifer's put some money aside, but we don't know everything else that comes up. So there are going to be times when we may have to say, as a board, this really is our priority, and this is the only way we can get to it. And it means we have to go beyond. And it means, your numbers aren't going to necessarily be in the same place where you get that AAA for that year. Maybe, I don't know. But, I see it as something where it's our job to carry the ball when we have a project on that.
Yeah, but how do we get to a point where we actually can come up with a referendum where there's a dollar amount associated with it? We're not moving in that direction. We're not doing the planning. We're not doing the estimating of how much it's going to cost. We're always looking at the need, but we're not getting to that next thing where we're looking at the particular projects that are going to begin to address those needs. And that's what bothers me. It seems like we're always trying to stay within the current budget. And Julian, just as an example, he came to the Rotary Club meeting a few months ago, and he's touting how low our tax rate is. Well, wait a minute. Maybe we shouldn't be paying such a little tax. Maybe we should give citizens a chance to say, look, how about paying for a little bit of insurance, be it coastal resiliency, be it affordable housing, be it broadband.
But isn't that our job?
Yeah.
Won't that be our job to,
That is our job.
Well, but how do we find out how much it's going to cost and be able to put together a plan that says, here's how we would get to how we can address that need?
Because I think we as a board, go ahead.
So we need to tell Julian, go out and hire a consultant and come up with a plan to address this particular project. Okay, good. As long as we understand.
That's how I see it. I see it as like not just sort of blowing in the wind, but we say to Julian, this is, and I'm going to use coastal resiliency because honestly, I think that's probably the next big thing. Mm-hmm. And we say, this is what this paper has identified as maybe, the top 3 things we have to worry about. We want a consultant, and here's what we want the RFP if we're going out for whatever, but that we are looking for something specific. And then we direct the town manager to go in that direction. That's how I see it. And I agree 100%. And I think it's going to be the issue of coastal resiliency that's going to test that, that sort of prior policy.
Right. And don't forget affordable housing.
Yes.
Because affordable housing is hitting us right now. And it's been hitting us for a long time. And we really haven't moved to try to, address those issues that were cited in the affordable housing production plan. So I'm just saying, it seems like we just keep pushing things out, and it shouldn't be a goal to stick within the debt limit if we think the citizens of this town would actually choose to invest like they did in the 8 additional firefighters. Okay, enough said.
So would you like to
So
remove
I
the,
agree, Sam, I agree with you as well. And maybe you think that the $4 million is too little too late, but there's a commitment on the part of the town. And that to me is huge. Okay, so that's number one. And I want to have a conversation a year from now and say, how much of that money was actually used and how many units did we develop? Okay, because that's a concern of mine, number one. Number two, when we talk about coastal resiliency, if we have $170,000 sitting there, why are we waiting to get someone to help us create a plan or to help guide us to do something preventative with coastal resiliency? It's sitting there. It's $170,000. It's been there for a couple of years now. So it's, to me, right now, in this moment, we have resources for both of those big needs. But I want to see how quickly the town gets something done a year from now with $4 million.
And not have it turned back into certified free cash. Because
But you
that's what's
gotta-
happening.
But
We're not even staffing to meet these needs.
So do something with it. There'll be
Doing, and there's your instructions.
$4 million going into that account. I want to see what the town does and how it uses that money efficiently to build affordable housing.
yes, Megan?
It is our role. I want to be really clear that when we're talking like this, it sounds slightly disempowered. It is this board's role to take the bull by the horns and to say, this is what we want with this piece of it. And I mean, Julian's going to execute to the best of his abilities, which have, when we've asked him to do things, he does it. He's going to execute what we direct him to do and then the policy that we set. So I think when we're talking about what are we going to do with the 4 million, we're going to have conversations with affordable housing, with all of the stakeholders in our community, with getting weigh-in from Carla, and think about exactly what you're saying, Nancy. What are we going to do with this so that there's something tangible 12 months from now, 18 months from now? Same thing with coastal resiliency. We as a board, and however our chair, Doug is going to kind of think about how we structure those conversations. And maybe some of these are public conversations because we're talking about big numbers, right? And so we have to give the direction. And then we can, we can get information and we can say, before we make a policy, we need this information, we need this information. But at the end of the day, we have to make the decision.
Well,
okay, what you're suggesting that town management just simply does what we tell them to do. And I'm suggesting that we need some leadership from them and really should not be kicking the can down the road for as long a period of time before we begin to address some of these needs. That's all.
Well,
so fine. I'm okay. I don't need to have any more discussion. I'll go with whatever the wording is in there.
I would just say that the 4 million is going to go quickly because it's only going to subsidize 40 units at $100,000 a piece. So that'll be burnt up.
I want to see it, Doug. I want to see them executed and built and all that, because that's the part where I get stuck. There's
Well, we
4
can't-
million in there now. Let's see where it goes.
Are we going to make a development of our own? Because otherwise we're going to just wait for private developers to come along and want to do affordable housing and we subsidize it. That's how it's been
We
working.
have some community partners we can work with.
Right.
Yeah. You've already got 48 units that's proposed to be built, and we have the money in the fund right now to actually subsidize those 48 units. So we're covered there. It's the next projects that we need to be looking at. And the question is, where is it going to be put? That's fundamental.
Well, you're going to have that big development.
The money's earmarked for the Scranton Ave piece, correct?
Yes, it is.
Pretty much, I would say.
And that doesn't touch the 4 million.
That's correct.
Okay. So all I'm saying is that and you made the point before, so that the money doesn't go into free cash. I just want to see the town move forward and get some of this affordable housing done. You can't complain about the money right now because the 4 million's there.
Well, we got to give more direction than that. We can't just say.
Well,
I understand that, Doug, and I understand that there's a process, but when I look at what has happened, people keep saying it's a money issue, and I think it's a get stuff done issue.
Well, we always burn through every money that we ever put in the fund gets burned up as soon as we put it in there. And oftentimes we don't even have enough to fund the projects that we have on hand.
Then let's see it. Let's see the $4 million get used.
You've got the Davis Straits redevelopment project, and it may be that there are going to be some opportunities there to subsidize the affordable units that get built in that mixed. But
I hope so.
Yeah,
I think that would be great.
Well, I guess what we can do is ask planning staff to give us a list of projects that are in the works, and we can get a better sense of how many developers are before us right now, and whether or not the 4 million is the right target number.
Oh, Carla can get that for you because she tracks that pretty carefully. You also have this the Emerald House, two parcels there. If something comes up there, there's an opportunity to invest in affordable housing there. So I think if you put the money into the affordable housing fund, you'll see developers coming in saying, I think I could use that for this project and put an application in, and then we have to decide who gets the money.
Exactly. That's what's going to happen. The word is out now, and people that might have been thinking about a project, maybe they've been on hold because construction prices and the COVID and the lack of help. Maybe we're going to have some projects coming before us that, have been on hold. But the other thing we can consider, if you want to, is do an assessment of town properties that's maybe available to be developed into affordable housing and make a project of our own. If you feel like that we need to take more action, it's something we could consider also. So far, we've been letting the developers do it, and we've been subsidizing it.
That is kind of what the Emerald properties, that's part of one of the options, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's town owned and it's a very large parcel. It's very well situated for that type of development. I think that's why it's been brought to us in this way to take a look at it.
Okay. Any thoughts on that conversation, Mr. Suso, about any ways we could improve on expediting more affordable housing from our end?
Well, it starts with setting those dollars aside, which we're happy to be able to do because of our one-time free cash position, to take a very aggressive approach with the board's concurrence. And those $4 million are not committed at this point. So working on the Emerald House, which the board has also approved to look at options, including, very importantly, affordable housing. There are a number of moving parts going forward, and I think it's we just want to keep that momentum in sight. And the other two articles that the board approved going on the warrant from the Affordable Housing Committee that would bring some more dollars into the process would be most helpful as well.
Any other comments on that one, or are we going to move on? So I have a little concern about my area of expertise is the online permitting and the improving permitting process. So we've got some action steps here. Number one is implement online permitting system. That's good. Number two is pursue expedited parallel processing and other process improvements to reduce time required for approval of permits. And then we have number three is strive to provide preliminary feedback to permit applicants earlier in the review process. And number four is evaluate permitting system on a recurring basis. And those are all important and good. But one of the things that I've been trying to impart is that the permitting environment. I'd like to have a line on here that says improve the permitting environment so that people have a better sense of what it's going to take to permit in Falmouth. And also, we're starting to have, I'm getting a lot of feedback that this new requirement of third-party review of engineering plans is cumbersome, and that there's some confusion between applicants and engineering as to what the guidelines are for review of project development with regard to subdivisions and so forth. So I don't know what wording we would have to put in here to try to impart the idea that we want to try to be more helpful to developers rather than, putting more roadblocks in their way. But I feel like there's still more work to be done on this improved permitting process. And I'd like to see some language added here that would impart that. And I don't know exactly what the language would be, but I suspect it would be improve permitting environment to be more user-friendly to the applicant, if the board would consider that. And I thought I conveyed that during our strategic retreat, but I guess apparently not, because I don't see it here. Does anyone have a problem with that language? Would you consider adding that, or do you feel like that was not something that was clearly enunciated at our strategic retreat?
I wouldn't mind seeing some additional language, maybe not that exact wording, because I'd have to kind of see it in there, but, just, again, trying to be more, I want to be careful because we don't want to say we're pro business because we've got all these other things, we need to manage environment, we need to manage all these other things, but I get what your point is. You're looking for a broader statement that we're trying to really have this be a place that is, that is easy, user-friendly. Yeah. So maybe if we can have Peter, Julian, if he could maybe try to give us a little wordsmithing around that,
Okay.
that might be helpful.
Sure, we'll do.
A broader concept.
Any other comments about the strategic plan? Is there anything that was overlooked or included that was a surprise?
No, it covers everything.
Okay.
It's the next steps, I think, that are going to make the difference, though.
Right. Okay, well, what's next? Do we need to vote this, or do you want to?
Mr. Chairman, I would, if the board's willing to adopt a plan and we can add the language that you just requested to be inserted and transmit it back to the board.
Okay,
That's
that
agreeable.
sound agreeable to the board? I'm fine with that.
Good with that.
All in favor then? Okay, so is there a motion to approve as amended?
Approve, yes, I'll move that we adopt the 5-year plan as amended.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, then all those in favor, Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Scott Price?
Scott Price, aye.
Ms. English Braga?
English Braga, aye.
Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
And Brown, aye. Thank you,
Thank
Mr. Ciso. And discussion on streamlining select board agenda. So that was an item I asked to put on there. I don't have any real specific list of items to be deleted, but this I've taken this from the comments by Dr. Clark at our strategic meeting, where the Charter Review Committee had recognized that some of the items on our agenda seem to be stuff that could possibly be handled by staff and freeing us up for more important deliberations. The first thing that came to mind to me was like beach weddings. I don't feel like I need to approve beach weddings. We've already illustrated the fact that we don't really want to have a permission to park. I mean, it's public property. I like the school's policy where they just, when I had a wedding at my property and I wanted to park at the North Falmouth School, they said, well, we don't give permission for that. It's public property. You're free to park there, but you don't have any reservations or anything. Just notify the police so they won't be surprised at the number of cars parked in the parking lot. So I would like to reduce the workload and the review as much as possible. It may include removing weddings on the beach. It may include some smaller events that we don't feel are impactful. I don't know how we would determine that if we don't review it, but I'm looking for suggestions from the board of things that we can remove. We did get rid of dog hearings for the most part, and beach weddings, I think, is something we could do. Perhaps it could be utility easements in roadways. I don't know how people feel about that. If that's something that we almost always take the advice of engineering on that, so we could delegate that.
Yeah, I
I
guess
agree.
I would just want to have insight from Frank about what we can offload. I honestly don't know. I think we would need to just, look in the charter, and also there are some things that come down from the state. So I think we just need to know what we can offload. And then the only other piece I would say is if we're going to offload some things, I would still want there to be a mechanism that the public sees what those things are, because part of the value of them being, in front of this board is that at least it's published, it's in the paper, and somebody who otherwise doesn't know about an event taking place, gets to see that and maybe weigh in, even when it's sometimes small things that, I think there should be some opportunity, but that could happen in another way. Maybe the events committee or the group that reviews the events, maybe there's somewhere where that's online and people can look at it. So I guess those are my two ideas. I'd want to just know what we can do legally. And then the second piece is I'd want to make sure that there's still some public component where folks can see those things and reach out to whomever the contact person is if they have a concern.
Well, the first one to me was the beach weddings. And I don't think the public really needs to know that. And I think that's a private matter anyway. The utility one, maybe there's some value in what you just said about even utility easements. I guess people might want to know that, but
some of them have to have a public hearing. That's why I'm just saying, I don't know which ones. Usually we have to read the public notice for the easement. So I think there are going to be some statutory requirements that we maybe there's a creative way to get around them. I honestly don't know, but I know some things do require the public hearing. So we'll have to address that.
okay.
Right.
Okay, Mr. Suso,
Good suggestion.
I guess then we would need to request Mr. Duffy to give us some ideas as to what he thinks we can offload, if anything. All right. Do we need a vote to look into that, or is that something you can take up?
I think so. Mr. Suso,
No
you can
problem
do
at
that.
all.
Okay.
We're happy to take it up if that's consensus.
All right.
And
yes, Megan.
Doug, the last thing, can we just think about putting the folks volunteering like really high up in the agenda?
I know I keep mentioning that, but I overlooked it this time.
I know I did the same thing. It always gets pushed down, but it just seems like it's pretty brutal, especially for the folks that maybe don't get appointed when we have a ton of applicants and they've waited till 10:30 at night or
I agree.
Whatever it might be.
I'm going to pay more attention to that. I'm sorry.
I would also like to see some of the presentations moved earlier as well.
Agreed.
When we have people who've worked all day and then they have to come in and make a presentation at 8:30, I don't think that's the best way of doing business. So I would just ask that we look at that as well. I do think, however, that that new form, the checklist form, Mr. Suso, that for some
the
of
event
the
review committee, the event review committee uses.
Yes, is that new?
Diane started to utilize it a little differently and include it in the packet.
Okay, because I much prefer that, and I think we talked about this at one of our meetings, Doug, that not having those emails. We don't need to have those emails printed. That
right. All the conversation thread.
Yeah, we don't need any of that. So I think those pieces, cleaning it up. Go ahead.
Okay.
No, my suggestion is, when we have these committees come in and report, they need to stick within whatever it is, the 15-minute slot that we give them. This business of having them just run on and go through a rant, and we end up spending almost an hour. That shouldn't happen.
Okay.
Agreed.
That's an important part of streamlining, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Another one that I put on here was discussion of future grant funding. And it wasn't so much as far as future as much as just what is it we're doing now? How do we identify grants, and who's in charge of applying for grants? Is it just an individual department head that's, yes, Mr. Scott Price, go ahead.
You can finish. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I do have a question.
Okay. So this was just to get a better sense from myself and the board and the public of how the grant process works, because we occasionally get emails from folks and say, hey, there's a grant opportunity for this or for that. And I forward it to Mr. Suso, and then it may or may not be acted upon depending on the, whether it seems favorable. And so I just wanted to have this discussion about what the process is and how it works. And Mr. Suso, if you could share some of that, but let's take Ms. Anjali's question first.
My question was just about the grant process in general. Are you talking about just any grants that any department in the town could apply for? So we're just talking like really, really broad.
Yeah, it's just a broad spectrum of, is there somebody sitting at an office somewhere looking at the whole spectrum of grants and trying to identify them, or, which I already got the answer that I know that's not the case, but just curious of how it works and if there's a chance that we might be missing opportunities for grants that, and maybe we should be taking more of an interest. So that's my question.
I could tell you something that I observed. I used to spot grants because I think it's the Department of Local Services that actually publishes a lot of those grant opportunities from the state level. The filter on our email that, you have the filtered version and then you have the more open version, which has, almost probably 5 or 10 times more. But all of a sudden the filter is excluding those emails that we would normally have gotten, that we would have looked at. And I didn't realize it was going on. It's like all of a sudden I'm not getting as many of those kinds of emails. And then I talked to Greg Banworth about it, and he said, well, he said he thinks it's actually an adaptive filtering process that's screening them out. Now you can, if you know how to do it, you can go in and unscreen them so you see those things. But things like that can just kind of make us unaware of the opportunities. I just wanted to mention it.
Interesting. Yeah, our software monitoring is very aggressive.
It is indeed. I mean, the Cape Cod Commission, it screened out all of those emails. Unless you know how to go in and say, oh, no, I want to see all of them from that source, you never know it.
And also, we get treated as spam sometimes, because when Ed Curley sent me the affordable housing work that he had done, or his committee had done, and I replied to him, and I replied to all, and 5 people got bounced back, and they were all apparently legitimate email addresses, but just some reason, it's glitchy, and it's we want to keep out all the spam and the junk, but it seems like maybe our settings need to be changed. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I have yet to be able to send an email to one of the Affordable Housing Committee members because it keeps getting rejected back. And I have not figured out what's wrong. I've looked at the address and it's exactly the way it should be.
Yeah, I looked at them too, and I thought that they looked correct. And I asked Mr. Banworth. Mr. Banworth asked me to go back and follow the instructions in the kickback thing, but I think it's more of a systemic problem. But we're not talking about.
We've drifted off the subject.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I guess I'd like to know, maybe Julian can report back to us as to what, various department heads do to try and capture those grant opportunities and let us give us a sense of, is there something that they do within their office? Is there a listserv or a, whatever that they kind of regularly check that's within their industry or their kind of subject area? Because there's not going to be one main list of every grant, under the sun. But obviously there's going to be places you go for grants that have to do with affordable housing or, planning. So maybe we could get a sense from staff and understand if there's ways that we can support that.
And the other reason I brought this up is I was talking to a scientist friend of mine who said that in the science community, it's becoming more and more difficult to be grant funded because they used to have a 35 to 50% likelihood of success. And now they're down to like 20%. And I don't know if that's the same case, with municipal type grants or if it's just affecting the science community. But it wasn't just a political thing. It's been a 10-year decline in the whole process of grant applications. And I'm just wondering, is it a dying tradition? The grants being phased out, or I'd just like to know more about it.
Maybe just so many more applicants that your probabilities have gone down.
Yeah, maybe. Mr. Suso, I don't know if you have any initial feedback or if you want to kind of look into that? Or?
Well, just some general comments. We rely on each respective department head to monitor and stay aware generally of grants that would be within their area of responsibility. And most are pretty good about that. Some of them, Megan referred to a listserv. Most of them within their given areas are members of listservs with various other colleagues throughout the Commonwealth. I know we have that for municipal managers and see opportunities come in various areas as well. So some are more aggressive than others in seeking out some of these grants. One of the difficulties that we encounter, and it may just be that, as you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, some of these grants are tougher to come by than they used to be. But many of them have unanticipated strings attached that when you run them down fully and read the small print, they become, some of them become very unwieldy in terms of the administrative and reporting requirements that become very extraordinarily time consuming to the extent that you almost have to set aside a staff member to oversee them. And so we're cautious in that regard to take a look and see exactly what's being offered, what the conditions are, what the timetable is, what the local match is, because some of these also are advertised as grants, but they require a certain local match, and in some cases it's very significant, and they may not be for a spot-on priority of the select board, for instance, or the town in terms of budgeted funds. So it can take you in a direction that is a little different from the town's priorities. So it merits continue to work on that and be diligent, and we can always get better at it, but we have to be cautious as well.
And the next question is, should we be hiring somebody like fresh out of college who's motivated to just kind of scour the internet and kind of pre-screen them and read them and then maybe recommend them to folks? Or what's your take on that?
Well, we can certainly do that if you want to spend the funds on somebody that's, as you say, scouring the internet. I don't know any community that's successful at that. I know the communities that I've recognized that have been most successful are the ones that have the persons that are most experienced, being able to keep their ear to the ground, work with their colleagues at the state and the local level, and be aware of, by virtue of their work experience, the grants that are really fundamental and most helpful and worthy of the time and the expertise. But we could always try and bring in an intern to do some of that kind of work, and I'm not opposed to trying that if the board would like us to.
Okay. And Ms. Price, did you have a question or comment?
I just wanted to comment that there are people who are professional grant seekers and writers. So if we decided to go that route, we could look for somebody probably part-time who could help supplement the department heads. I imagine that our department heads are quite busy, and it's not that looking for grants is not important, but if we could help support them with a part-time person, that might be an option.
And when I think of that suggestion, I think mostly of like DPW, because I know they're short-staffed and I know they have a lot of people to manage, so it must be difficult to allocate time to do grant funding. I know Mr. McConaty just found a grant for the trash bins, and that's good, and he often does find grants, but I just feel like, he's the head of a department, and I don't know who he would have to look for those grants unless it's him. I suspect it might be him.
Well, one position we're about to fill in Public Works, or hopefully plan to fill in the near future, is a deputy Public Works director position that could work in support of Peter in that regard. And one position in planning that we just recently filled after a very long and challenging process is that assistant town planner position as well. And these are positions that bring in, they have expertise normally and experience, and can be assigned to assist in those areas also. So there are various scenarios, and we happy to look at, all of these as to their benefits to the town.
And then the final comment about the grant funding is the need to be prepared for grants, like, having designs in place for these complete streets projects or other things like coastal resiliency projects, because those coastal resiliency projects, there's going to be coastal zone management grants that are going to be important for us, and we're missing out on a lot right now in these last couple of years that other towns and cities are really raking in the dollars, and that money pile is going to shrink. So I'm thinking also in terms of the coastal resiliency. I know nobody's doing that for them right now. So if we're to hire a person for that, they might start with that. And that's my first thought. So I don't know if the board wants to continue or ask Mr. Suso to look into the possibility of hiring somebody to do that. What's the thought of the boards, or do you think we should just continue with the department heads on their own? Yes, Mr. Suso.
Just one comment on coastal resiliency. It would really be fundamental for us, for the board to review and adopt a plan before we hire somebody to implement something that I don't know what this board's priorities are on coastal resiliency, and you really need to determine that.
Oh, absolutely. But I'm just thinking down the road, we're not going to hire them next week anyways, but it's just a beginning of a discussion. So
I'd maybe like to just, come back to it not too long from now with maybe some input from Julian, from department heads in any, is there a way something like Angie's suggestion would be helpful? Somebody who's kind of professional in that field. We've got a lot of them in Woods Hole, in the Woods Hole community. So we kind of have we have somewhere to maybe pick from, but, just have some feedback and maybe just some ideas about how many grants we've been able to take advantage of, not, some ballpark numbers and thoughts from department heads.
I think you could talk to Betsy Gladfelter. She has pulled in a huge number of grants.
Yes.
She's probably got a strategy that she uses, and maybe she knows of certain sources that she's tuning into all the time.
And she just never takes no. That's part of her strategy. She's determined. But yeah, that's a great idea. Maybe she's a good resource to talk to about how she's kind of tapping into those.
yeah, maybe so. Maybe give it a little thought, Mr. Suso, and maybe sometime in the near future, maybe a couple meetings from now, we can have a couple of folks in, maybe one of Angie's friends from Woods Hole and maybe Betsy, and get a take on the grant environment. Maybe learn a little something for our own edification. Okay, I guess that's it for that conversation, unless anybody has anything else. And next we have review and vote to approve minutes of meetings, public session of May 24th and June 7th. I did comment on this a little bit critically a couple meetings ago, that I feel it's imperative that we get these meeting minutes done sooner. So hopefully we can encourage our meeting lady to get a little bit more caught up. I think she's almost caught up after these two, right? I don't think there's too many more.
Yeah, we're very close.
Okay, that'd be great.
Okay, well, I move we approve and release for public access the meeting minutes of Monday, May 24th, 2021.
Second.
I just had one very small edit.
Okay.
On the first page of the May 24th meeting minutes, under number 7, public comment, Sandra Silva, her last name is Feynman-Silva. I know people get annoyed at me, but I'm a stickler for spelling people's names right.
Okay.
Us two named people have to stick together, so.
and us not hyphenated people especially.
Yes.
You got to respect the hyphenated people, right?
We just space it.
Yeah. And that's all. But
Did we, well, we've already voted, right?
No, we didn't vote it yet. With that amendment, with that correction.
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor, Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Scott Price?
Scott Price, aye.
Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Ms. English Braga?
English Braga, aye.
Okay. And
on the next set of
Brown,
minutes.
aye. Excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Go ahead, June 7th.
Yeah, there's a lot of incoherent and word. It doesn't, on page 8. I think that, I guess it's under number 8, but I don't think that was very well edited at all. So I would sort of like to say, can you go over this again and get back to us with a more complete and refined version? I don't know whether anybody else noticed that or not, but
okay.
Like for instance, even on the page 7, there's include that in number 67. No, in number 6, excuse me. Well, what's that mean? So I think these just need to be reread and worked on a bit longer.
Okay. I'm good with that.
Okay, then. Oh, well, then we'll postpone that vote on that set of meeting minutes. Sam, do you think you might send an email to Mr. Suso to just kind of clarify what the issues are? Unless Mr. Suso, do you think you've got that already?
Well, I got the couple that Sam mentioned.
Yeah, but I think if you just read, I think if you read through this, these were not very well prepared. There were so many of them that I just said, no, I'm not going to nitpick this thing. Just somebody needs to read through it and just clean it up. And I don't have the original tape, so my memory's not that perfect so that I could go in there and fill in the blanks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
If it was more recent, we could help with it now. But
exactly.
Okay.
That's another good reason to do it sooner. I don't want to lose our record keeper, but
true. No, she does yeoman's duty, so
yep.
Yeah, but she's probably got kids at home that are distracting her, and maybe that's the reason why they haven't been as forthcoming.
And this is
or she's trying to do it on Zoom where it freezes every 3 seconds, so that's probably not very helpful either.
It could be part of it too.
Tough to do it in this setting.
All right. Well, that's it for minutes. Individual select board members' reports.
No, not for me.
No, I thought the hearing on the machine gun range was actually quite useful. I learned some things listening to the testimony from everybody.
Yeah, it's very informative.
Yep.
Relatively peaceful.
Oh, no, I thought it was.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Town manager's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This past Tuesday evening, I was pleased to convene the initial meeting of the Community Broadband Fiber Working Group as affirmed by the Select Board, and that group will be meeting and proceeding consistent with the mission statement adopted by the board. Visiting the expanded off-street municipal parking lot on Catherine Lee Bates Road. On Thursday and Friday of last week during the noon hour, confirmed 17 vehicles parked there Thursday and 10 on Friday after less than 1 month in full operation with wayfinding signage, so wayfaring signage. And as you know, this private lot was by observation used only very sparingly in the past. And these regular vehicles are ones not parked in other off-street parking spaces downtown. And if clear usage is a measure of success, this is an excellent indication so far. As a reminder, the board's deadline for receipt of petition articles and closure of the warrant is this for the upcoming November town meeting is this Friday. End of business on this Friday, September 3rd. The next select board meeting is Monday, September 13th. And town hall and town administrative offices are closed for the Labor Day holiday on Monday, September 6th. That concludes my report. Thank you.
All right. Yes, Ms. Price.
Mr. Suso, I apologize. I didn't email you about this beforehand to ask, but do you have any updates on the affirmative action coordinator position?
Yes, we're finishing on the school side. They're finishing a final check of references, but we have a preferred candidate.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Perfect. I would move to adjourn.
Okay.
Second.
All those in favor, Mr. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Ms. Scott Price?
Scott Price, aye.
Ms. Taylor?
Taylor, aye.
Ms. English Braga?
Aye.
And Brown, aye. Good
Thank
night,
you.
all.
Good night.
Thank
Good night.
Thank you.
Night.